Hey, everybody, and welcome to At Plus One EXP's channel. I'm so excited to have you here. My name is Tony Vicinda. We are a brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. Our main focus is to support independent tabletop RPG content. So we play different systems with typically their creators, but with an amazing group of podcasters, improv people, actors, and just other people who love tabletop role-playing games and want to hop on and play with that creator. I'm excited to tell you about tonight's game, and we're going to have the creator do that in just 1 second. But before we do that, we're going to go around and have everybody else introduce themselves. As we do that, just note that we do operate with a couple different safety rules in play for any stream that we do. Lines, veils, and the X card typically. We've discussed some of those in advance, but we'll also discuss them a little bit more as we get started in just a second to make sure that everybody feels comfortable here. We are playing a cyberpunk game tonight, so there may be some light themes of body modification and other things like that that are going to go through that process. So if that's an issue for you, just be aware of and know that in advance. Scott can let you know how specifically worried about any of that you need to be. But we're excited to have you here with us, and if you're watching live right now or later, we'd love for you down in the chat or comments to let us know who you are, where you're watching from, and anything that stands out to you from the stream and questions that you have about the game. With that said, I'm going to kick things over to Dean really quick off the top to let them introduce themselves to you now.
Hi, my name is Dean. I can usually be found on like Twitter at GeekisDean. I'm really not doing much at the moment to promote, so yay.
Awesome. Let's move over to Kelly after that.
That's me. Hey, I'm Kelly. From a lot of things, I'm like the opposite. I'm doing too many things at this point. You can check me out Vancouver by Night, which is our Vampire the Masquerade stream. Super Hopped Up, which is my gaming channel on YouTube. Tabletop Titties, which is my partner's tabletop stream that I work on. And Drinking and Screaming, which is our podcast that we do about horror movies and cocktails.
Awesome. And Jeff, go ahead and tell us who you are, where you are, how people can find you.
Hey, what's up? I'm Jeff. I go by El Jefe Tacoma. I'm all over Twitter and Facebook. I have 5 podcasts, 4 of them with the Sinister Parent Company Network.
At the end of the split and
and I've got an actual play and a bunch of improv 4 stuff. Of them with the Sinister Parent Company so if you like funny, thoughtful, and/or smart shows, you might like Sinister Parent Company. I think that'll do it.
Awesome. And then last but certainly not least, especially since they are our GM tonight and the creator of Beta Red, Scott, tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, and where people can find you at.
Sure. Yeah, my name is Scott Uhls. I am the creator of this game, Beta Red, but I also am the lead creator of Maximum Apocalypse RPG with Rock Manor Games. You can find me usually on the Facebook or on the Discord. I have 2 different Discord channels. One for just Maximum Apocalypse, and then the other one for things like Beta Red for the company that I created to make other games that are different. So those are Discord. I don't know how to share the links with everybody, but basically go to discord.me and then /MARPG, and you'll find the Maximum Apocalypse one, and from there should be able to find me the rest of the way. So
cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. I am excited to play tonight. Scott, tell us a little bit about Beta Red and what we're kind of getting into and what we can be excited about for tonight's stream.
Sure. So Beta Red is this game that I came up with. It's a D6 cyberpunk system game where I try to be as rules-led as possible. So there's basically a very simple set of rules that we're going to do over and over again, try to see if you guys can hit target numbers to make actions happen. That's basically what it is. But it takes place in the sort of near... It's like it's a future, but it's not super far, but also not super near. It's not science fiction and everyone's in space. It's Earth. But robots gained sentience and became citizens. And so humans became useless until they were able to sort of modify themselves to become more viable citizens in society. So there's a society run with basically mathematical breakdowns on your abilities, and that determines whether or not you're useful or not useful. And so people have to sort of augment themselves to be able to have jobs, basically. And sometimes the jobs you do are legal, sometimes they're not. Whatever gets the food on the table really is what it boils down to. So but there's basically flying cars, giant mega corporations, and AI-controlled robots that could be characters that you play. So
awesome. And it is coming out in Zine Quest in February. What week are you guys launching? Do you have a launch date in mind?
So I have a launch date sometime between the 9th and 7th. I'm sort of in debate right now because technically Beta Red has 3 colors, which makes it almost not viable for Zine Quest, which, whatever. But so I want to launch it on the 9th and go till the end of the month, or the 7th and go to the end of the month, but it may launch on the 9th and just be a 2-week process if it qualifies for Zine Quest. So
my experience is that Zine Quest guidelines are more guidelines than they are rules. And the full color RPG I ended up producing last year through Zine Quest certainly qualified. So I doubt that you'll get caught up in that. But
and it's dropping on the 7th. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. So I'm super excited about it. I will say this: I think it's going to be one of the crunchiest zines. I know I mentioned this in our chat that drops next month. The zines are typically very lightweight games, and so is this. But there was an excellent amount of crunch and character creation, and we'll talk about some more of that at the end. But let's get into playing. Do you want us to introduce our characters, or do you want us to just kind of do that narratively?
We're gonna do that narratively. I'm actually gonna open like each of you individually, and you're gonna tell me like kind of some stuff, so you can describe your characters then at that time.
Awesome. Before we do that, let's go ahead and set up. We do have a strong line against sexual violence on the channel, but does anybody else have a line that they want to create or a veil that they want to create? Again, lines are things that may happen somewhere in this horrible world where mega corporations dominate us, and I'm talking about the game world. Or veils are things that may that happen, but we don't necessarily focus on them. Whereas lines, if they happen somewhere in the world, we don't talk about them within the course of the play of our game. So, Kelly, Dean, Jeff, anybody have a line that they want to add beyond that?
I almost always go with slavery, unless I really know the group really well. Obviously, some of that is in play, I guess, if there's robots and things. So as long as it's sensitive, it's not. But so I'm not sure if it's line or veil.
Cool. So maybe it's okay as a theme of something we're fighting against, but not as a function of how we operate.
Right. I don't want to see anybody have to. Cool. I mean, but yeah.
Yeah, I think having it in the background definitely is safest. For me, it's homophobia, transphobia, and bigotry in general. Other than that, like if something pops up that like upsets me, I'm pretty comfortable bringing it up.
Cool. Dean, anything for you?
No, the other two pretty much covered it. So I'm basically in the same area they are.
Awesome. I think that sounds great. And yeah, again, we also have the X card in place. So just like Kelly was saying, if something comes up, any of us can type X into the chat or say X out loud. We'll pause, figure out what the issue was, which could be anything from I'm really uncomfortable with that subject matter to, oh, that was my second grade teacher's name and it's just really distracting. If that's going to be the name of, my boss at work or whatever. So we do have a very interesting crew of characters for you. I'm very excited for us to introduce them for you. So we'll let Scott take over from there and get into playing Beta Red.
Okay. All right. So the first, let's open up with John E. Runner. John E. Runner.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
So, well, tell me what he looks like, and then I'm going to tell you where he's at.
Okay. So he kind of has, how to put it? It's like a light fade, right? He's got, say, green eyes. I didn't really think of the character's face very well. Sorry. Busy week so far. He also has like a scar over his left eye, let's say. You want me to go ahead and cover the bit of the background as well?
Sure. Yeah, why not?
Okay, so the way I set it up is he's one of many Johns in his line. He's John E, but there's also a John F, John A, John B. It's a very lazy naming scheme, but that's what I imagine out of corpos who don't care about their clones. And he's part of the runner model, hence the name Runner, because that's what they would use to, this particular corpo would use to commit crimes he didn't want to be seen doing. In this case, it was also just for me, a way for me to make a play on words to do like Johnny Walker, the whiskey.
Okay.
Awesome.
Well,
sorry to anybody who's alcohol sensitive out there.
I mean, Johnny Walker's trash, so I'm sensitive about that.
Well, it's almost appropriate that you kind of went with that route because John E. Runner is currently inside of a bar, club, music venue place, where he's been sort of. It's a job that you're doing. Like you may do other things for like jobs, but like a friend hit you up and said, "Hey, we've got this music thing tonight at the club, and this particular band has made a few enemies. We're pretty sure that like we don't really have security, so this friend of yours is like the only bouncer of this place." And they basically needed just some extra muscle to hang around by the stage, just to look intimidating. And so you're legitimately going to be paid to just stand there by the side of the stage and look scary. And the fact that you have a big scar on your face is pretty much all that they really want from you. But they know that you can also kind of handle yourself, right? So this friend approaches you for a ridiculous sum of money, let's say like 1,000 creds, to just stand there by the side of the stage while this band is playing. On this particular night at this venue.
I mean, awesome. It's the job I will never have in real life, so I look forward to this.
Cool. Tell me if you think the music is any good or if Johnny hates it.
What kind of music is it? Just like punk?
Yeah, it's gonna be like a rock punk futuristic techno thing.
Lots of guitar.
He'll never expressly tell his friend how much he thinks his music sucks, but he'll be like, "Oh yeah, good job. Yeah, this is worth the album."
Well, the crowd seems to be into it at least. But like, you also think that they're into it because the drinks are like half priced for this particular night, so that's part of the reason.
I mean, that's a good reason to go to a bar anytime, right?
But the one thing you notice is that there's this group of guys that seem to be hanging really, really close to the security barricade. They're wearing like biker vests that have these orange pumpkins on it. You're from the mean streets, if I remember correctly. Is that right?
Yeah, I have a criminal background here.
Yeah. So why don't you roll a d6 for me real fast?
All right. I rolled a 3.
A 3. So you know that this group is actually called the Orange Boys, and they're kind of wanted for manslaughter cases throughout like the city area that you're in. The district you're actually in is Ocean Heights, which is a corporate district in the city of East Hyperopolis. I rolled that, guys. That was the name that I came up with. Which is a town. This is where you guys live. It's a city devastated by war, and it's a major trade location. But you know that these guys, the Orange Boys, are kind of known for random manslaughter throughout town, and that's who these guys are. They seem to be pressing a little bit too close to the security barricade for your feels, as it were.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of go over there, and all right, fellas, back up. Mm-hmm. Just a little further from the barricade.
One of the guys has a shaved head and a scar across his eye as well. He says, "Yeah, what are you gonna do about it?" And he pokes a finger right in your chest.
You do that again, you're gonna find out.
Oh, like this? And he does it again.
Well, didn't think I'd get into this so quickly. I guess I'm gonna drag him away from the stage with my fist.
So you're gonna try to grab him and drag him away from the stage.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna jump right into initiative, you and I. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna roll a d6, right. And I have 3 guys, and I'm gonna say that there are 2 bouncers with you, so we'll have them in it as well. So let's just say it's 1-on-1, just for the sake of ease. We're gonna roll a d6.
Too innocent into your violence.
I mean, I'm excited for the 3 of us to play when Johnny dies.
But yeah, you're just gonna roll a d6 and tell me whatever the number is, and then whoever has the lower number goes first.
All right. Oh, come on! This is all right. I rolled a 5.
Okay, you go on 5. Well, I have a 1, so I will go first. So you go for the guy to grab him, and he's gonna try to hit you first with just a regular punch. So I'm gonna roll my dice for that and see if I can get 2 hits. So the NPCs guys, they're gonna roll. Everyone. Wow, lose my dice. Sorry. When you go to do something, you're gonna roll your die pool, whatever it is, and in this case, these guys are gonna roll 6 dice. But you're also going to be trying to get a number that is your skill number on the die. So these guys are going to see if they can get. He gets 1, 2, 3 hits, which is enough to strike you with a strike. That's what it is. So he's going to punch you, and he will do some damage to you. So it's going to be 5 damage that he does to you. What you will do
Mhm.
is you're going to look at your soak for your character,
Okay.
and you're going to roll that number of dice. The soak hit limit that you have is the number on the die that you'll actually need to get hits. So your soak is probably what, 6 or 7 or something.
My soak, according to the math we did a couple days ago, is 3.
Okay, 3, and then you're not wearing any armor.
I'm wearing normal armor currently.
Okay, so then it should be 5 then.
Okay. Do that real quick.
I think. Pretty sure. Character sheet, toughness. Oh yeah, no, actually, the character sheet that I have says your body is, or your soak is 6. Yeah, correct. Is 6.
Ooh.
Okay. And I need to roll a 1 in this case.
You'll need to roll 3s actually.
Okay. I rolled 1 3.
Okay, so you take 4 damage from this strike to your face. However, it is now your turn to do something. So there are several actions you could do. If you have the rules in front of you, there's this attack action list of stuff, and you're going to want to pick them. I think you were wanting to like grab this guy and drag him. That's would be like a chokehold.
Yeah.
So you're going to do a brawl skill roll. So the pool for your strength, and then you're going to try to get whatever the number is for your brawl, which in your case is 2s. So you want 2s to get hits. You're going to need 3 hits to chokehold him and drag him out of there.
Okay, so I'm rolling 5 die, right?
Mhm.
And rolling with a 2. Okay.
Rolling for 2s, yeah.
Just for clarification, it's 2 or below, right?
2 or below, yeah. If he gets 1s as well, then that also counts as a hit, and then the 1 will explode. You just roll it again and see if you get another hit.
Yeah, and when he was rolling defense for his soak, was it 3 and lower?
Yeah.
It wasn't just 3s, right?
Right, correct. Yeah, it was 3, 2,
Yeah.
or 1.
So Dean, did you get that? Was that only 1 was 3 or lower?
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure.
We're good. So far I rolled a 2 with the 1, so I rolled a 1, and I got a 3, so 2 in total.
2, okay, 2. That's not quite enough. So you managed to get him kind of in like a semi-Nelson kind of chokehold, but you don't quite get it. So he's like still resisting you. The other guys start bouncing heads off of the bars. The other 2 security guys seem to be doing a pretty good job of like pulling these bikers, these gangsters away from this whole kerfluffle. So it's just back to you 2. So this guy's gonna try to reverse and chokehold you. See if he can do it.
All right.
He has 0 hits. 0 hits, so he does not manage to pull it off. And in this case, if he were a player character, he would then get a feedback point, which you can use for an automatic hit. So now that you've suffered a failure, I'll now remind you that you actually do have this ability to mitigate that. It's called feedback.
Okay.
So do your next action. You have 2 feedback. Everyone started with 2 feedback, and I don't know if I said that or if you read that in the rules, but you have 2 feedback. And so this next time, if you're like 1 off, for example, then you could just use your feedback and then succeed in what you're doing.
All right.
So now it's you, because he failed to try to get out of it. He's wrestling around with you. He's pulling on your arm and stuff, but doesn't quite break free.
All
So
right.
you get something.
I'm gonna go ahead and try and get him into like a full grapple here, so I can drag him outside.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and roll that again. Where were these rolls like 3 days ago? I got 2 6s, 2 5s, and a 4, so nothing.
0 hits. All right, so you gain a feedback.
All
So
right.
you now have 3 feedback.
And do you use feedback before, after you roll, or does it matter?
You'd want to roll it. You'd want to declare it like sort of after you roll, but you can't. So this is the deal. Like in this case, he could use 2. He still wouldn't have made it, but he would gain it. He would use it to make sure that he made the roll, essentially, right?
Cool.
Or if you have, like in this case, he now has 3 feedback. If on the next round he goes, you know what, I only need 3 hits. I'm going to use all 3 of my feedback, and I'm going to make this happen. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this guy's going to try to break free again. He's going to try to he's trying to reverse it on you. See if he can get it. He has 1 hit. So nope, still no. He's still just sort of fighting back. And it's just, you guys are just basically wrestling. The other 2 bikers have been pulled out of the bar by the other 2 security guys. So you're like their special man, and you seem to be like the worst one out of the bunch. But of course, at the same time, your friend who offered you the job was not expecting you to have to move anybody out, right? You were just supposed to stand there and look pretty, but like scary. But yeah, so that's where you're at. It is now your turn.
I'll try to get one more time. We'll
Okay.
see what happens.
You do have 3 feedback, so even if you get like 0 hits, you can still pull it off if you use all your feedback.
That's the plan. Oh, I rolled 1, 2. I rolled a 2, excuse me.
All right, so that's 1 off. So if you want to use 2 of your feedback, you can successfully grab this guy and drag him out of the bar.
Let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah. All right, so you grab the guy, you drag him out of the bar. How do you what do you do when you get him to the door?
I just kind of throw him out into the alleyway.
Yeah, make sure he falls bad and hurts himself or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not on the glass, but maybe it gets a dumpster. I don't want to stab the guy, just hurt him a little.
Yeah. Yeah, right. And he's like, the other 2 are outside. They're kind of brushing themselves off, and then they just shout like, "Yeah, well, this place sucked anyway. And that music was terrible anyway." And they storm off. While you stand there in the door with the other 2 bouncer guys.
Had half-price beers. It can't be that bad.
You know, one of these fools left his credit card like with the bartender.
He's gonna have to come back at some point.
Yeah.
Pretend like it was somebody else. Like, oh yeah, like my friend sent me to get his credit card. He called. He called earlier.
Yeah.
If you need him to call again, I'll go outside and tell him.
So that's the only incident that happens, and the rest of the night goes fairly uneventfully after that. And then you sort of you're paid your 1,000 credits, your 1,000 creds, and you're sent on your way.
Awesome.
And I assume you go back to a place. What kind of place is it like? I just want to know what your place looks like, and we'll jump to somebody else.
Kind of like low key, doesn't have a lot to it. Kind of low end because he's trying to stay away from, corporals knowing he's there. So he's just kind of, it's kind of like a hole in the wall kind of place.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately in the shadow of Medwire, which is the company that cloned you.
Yep, and it's a good place to hide.
Right next door. Kelly.
Yes, that's me.
You're doing your normal daily work at the hospital, right?
Yes, I am. I've probably been on a pretty long shift at this point.
Yeah. So what does Kelly look like, and how is Kelly feeling at the end of this long shift?
So my character goes by their nickname most of the time, which is Crash Cart. They are a trauma medic who works for a big corporate hospital. They are a clone and also have green eyes, but they are very attractive. They have like a very unassuming soft feature that when people come in to the ER, it's the first thing they see. So they're intentionally designed to be very like comforting to people in the ER. And so they have like nice hair pulled up in a bun so it doesn't get in their face. They have like vest and stuff on because I imagine a lot of the people that come in are also probably like, shady people and might shoot at the first person they see. So they're like armored. They have like a side satchel or side pack with like meds and like quick ER stuff. And their hands are entirely metal because they have an augmentation that lets them defibrillate people so they don't have to carry around those inconvenient, clunky, old style defibrillators. And yeah, we're probably very stressed about this day has been so rough.
Yeah, this has just been a lot of coming and going in the ER today.
It's always the same in city name that I forgot.
Ocean Heights.
Ocean Heights.
The city is East Hyperopolis. The district is City Heights.
All right, I wrote East Hyperopolis.
Corporate district. Yeah.
It's always the same in this district.
Yeah, it may be the corporate district, but like there's all these bars and stuff. In fact, a couple of people came in. There was some kind of fight or something at a bar at some music venue earlier this evening.
Yeah, one of those orange men got all roughed up.
Yeah, no, it was like after, like outside. The person who got roughed up wasn't even like there for that. They were just outside, and some dudes with biker vests that orange something or other beat them up. So that person came into the ER.
Yeah, I got no time to remember all the gang names. I got meat to mechanic.
As you're sort of discussing this over maybe a cup of soy calf with another, ER attendant, the door busts open and in comes your sort of medvac team, one of those guys that brings people in like an emergency. On the cart that they're pushing is a kid who seems to be having some kind of seizures, a boy. of about 9-ish years old.
All right, I'm gonna check his vitals if I can and try to stabilize him.
Yeah. So first, you're gonna try to check to see what's going on. So you're gonna make a search roll to see if you can figure that out.
All
See if you
right.
can find any obvious signs of like puncture wounds or
So
like
search is intelligence. So I roll my intelligence pool and am trying to hit my total search.
So in this case, you're going to be trying to get on search. You're going to be trying to get 3, 2, or 1 on your dice to get hits.
Okay.
You only need 3 hits to be able to figure out what's going on with this person.
Cool. And I roll my intelligence pool.
And you're rolling the intelligence pool.
In this game, everything is hits, right? Like that's a hit is a success.
A hit is a success. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And then the target. So the difficulty of something is how many hits you need to succeed on the action, right?
All right. So I got 2 1s, so I re-roll those.
Correct. So that's 2 hits.
And I got 1 3, so that is 3 successes.
Yep, 3 hits. That's it. You got it. So yeah, you find this kid has no puncture marks, no injuries of any kinds. The vitals are all over the place. They seem to be having an almost allergic reaction to something, but it has to have been taken internally. Like they have to have eaten something or swallowed something because there are no clear signs of like having been stung or bitten or something like that.
All right. Do I think EpiPen or pump their stomach?
Yeah, that's exactly right. One of those two.
All right, I'm going to make the call. I'm going to EpiPen them because it'll be the quickest.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and make a repair roll. Since you figured out repair skill roll. Since you figured out that this is an internal thing, the target number for this is only going to be 2. So just
all right,
repair roll.
It's good because I have a pool of. Oh no, I got a pool of 6 still. All right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna save this kid. No one's dying on my watch. 1, 2. Okay, I got 1 1. I'm gonna re-roll. All right, you said 2 hits was the target.
Yep.
All right, I got it.
Cool. Yeah, so you're able to you jam this EpiPen in, and it seems to work. The allergic reactions stop, but it's clearly some kind of reaction to something. And as you were searching for this kid, getting ready to inject him with this pen, you sort of flip open his jacket, and something falls out of his pocket. When you inject him, you see it. It's a little bag with a little orange pumpkin on it, and there's these orange pills inside.
Oh, it's those orange assholes again. All right, I'm gonna mark down that this drug has the Orange Boys logo on it, and then I'm gonna send it off to the lab to get tested. And I'm going to stick around this kid until I know that he's like stabilized and stuff.
Cool. Yeah, and that's fine. As you hang around him, you stay around him for the rest of this scene, and I'll move on to other people. But as you're staying around him, you get his name finally. Like when he starts stabilizing, you're able to like look him up in the system, based on like fingerprint checks and stuff like that. His name is I wrote it down. Tom Wheatley Jr. He's actually the son of Tom Wheatley, who works in the building. He works for Medwire.
Cool. I have a question. Do any of us have are we contacting each other at all, or do we all just not know each other right now?
That's a question of whether or not you guys are aware of each other.
I'm going to say yes. Well, or at least this. I know each one of you.
Okay.
I like that.
And I think there's a high likelihood that at least one of you knows me.
Yeah,
and knows that I know each one of you.
Your guy must be cool because my character doesn't know anyone, or like no one really knows her.
I kind of like the idea that the bar that John E works at is like the dive bar that I go to after really tough shifts. So I think I'm just gonna flick open my click, which I have on my wrist, and I'm just gonna send a quick message to John E that the Orange Boys are at it again. those two boys are at it again. And then I'm gonna go to Tom Wheatley Jr.'s dad or mom to let them know that their kid is here and might need parental support.
And that's how we'll move on to the next person. So you're leaving that call, that message for that person on your click, which is your wrist communication device.
Hell yeah.
It's called a click because that's the noise it makes whenever you do things.
Click.
Click.
I imagine it those old text phones that you slid up and then typed. I imagine it's like that. I slide it up, type in it, slide it back down.
Sidekick. Yeah.
You mean the phone that I had when I was 20 something? Yeah, cool. No,
yeah. I still have mine somewhere.
One of those real old ones.
Yeah, those ancient blocks that people used. Those things. All right, so then we're gonna move on to, is it Ortho? Is that how you're pronouncing it?
Yeah, let's do. Can we do Jeff's character first, and then we'll, because I've got a descriptive intro that requires me to know everybody's else's first.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, so is it Sani then?
It's Sonny Asha Lamb, but my fans call me SAL.
Ooh.
So moving on to SAL, why don't you give a description and what you're up to, and then I'll tell you some things that happened.
Okay, well, Sonny is constantly changing her look. She can't be pinned down. She's a total iconoclast. You asked about Kelly's character's apartment, and mine is like MTV Cribs, like anybody who's cool has seen pictures from it, latest fashion styles. I'm probably 5'4", big poofy hair of whatever color you think is coolest at the moment.
Or whatever color is coolest according to online polls, right?
Yes, probably. Yeah, sure. That sounds good.
It's one of the indicators of what is coolest according to online polls. Is what
so
color.
technically, I'm a pharma rep, but I mostly just Paris Hilton around town and sing randomly. But I don't put out albums. Like, that's beneath me.
You're the band from Green Room, is what you're saying.
Yeah. And,
well, there.
So what am I doing this week?
Well, right now when you wake up, or because it's early morning-ish at this point, because you're a little bit later than the other two. You wake up to a bunch of messages on the social media sphere about some kid who went to the hospital. A bunch of people saw this ambulance race through the streets, and people want to know what was going on. They heard about this kid. They think that he was poisoned by the gangs that are in the neighborhood, like one of these gangs, because there was an incident earlier in the evening where they got thrown out of a bar, and then all of a sudden a kid went to the hospital, and they're pretty sure that there's a link there, because that's how it works, obviously. All these pictures, people I saw them on this corner at this time, and then the ambulance drove past that corner, so that's obviously true. But that's mostly what your chatterbox is full of.
Oh, man. Well, I'm immediately got my notepad out, and I'm writing down relevant details. And then over here, I'm doing a testimonial on behalf of the company, drink flavored juice or whatever this morning. Mm-hmm. And then I just mentioned I heard this new secret from the medical establishment that there might be a poisonous drug out there, to be careful, and I'm looking into it.
Yeah, and then you also
continue my investigation.
Sure, of course. You also get the word, in your police wire link. There's a warrant is issued for a suspected dealer of some kind of substance known as Alpha Orange. He lives in a off-grid van down by the river.
Sorry.
This is my source, or this is
just on the police chatter that you have access to, you've hacked into or had somebody hack into in the past.
Yeah.
So you get those advanced stories, when they notify the other police that they're going to be doing a warrant, they're going to arrest somebody with this warrant. You get that information, but you don't have any actual contacts necessarily.
Okay, so at this point, the audience has determined what I'm going to wear that morning, but then I switch it up with a pink scarf.
The audience also has decided that your hair is purple right now, by the way.
Okay, good.
Drinking and screaming gave us that bit of information.
Thanks, Jared.
And I will call my unofficial source, from the shower with all the noise, and I'll be like, "Hey, Rick, Alicia, how are you? I want to know more about this Alpha Orange down at the river. I think there might be a story in it."
Oh man, yeah, I think there's a story in it. There's so we're not quite sure. There's a kid who went to the hospital, and Medwire, they suggested that there's this dealer down by the river who might be selling it to kids. So we issued a warrant for his arrest. His name is Orthogonus. I don't know, but listen, I'm not on the arrest, but as long as I get his name right, then he's legally valid for this warrant.
Now, has the authorities made a public report? I don't want to step on anyone's toes.
Not as yet. Not as yet. They're a little worried. The corporation Medwire said that he might be dangerous.
Would you send me a text or call me or whatever as soon as you hear about them acting against this person? Because I'd like to get a chance to talk
the
to
warrant's
them
being issued
before.
now. So any
I
moment they
better
should be.
go. Oh, I call my car service and I rush out.
And this person that your contact sends you an unofficial message. Like, now you didn't hear this from me, but this is where this van is, right? Like that kind of thing.
Nice. Hell yeah.
You know, from like their burner phone, like their fake Twitter account or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I have all sorts of fun codes, and I have a whole hacker team. They're like a street team for a pop act or whatever. I'm in my 40s. Don't at me. But, you know, the fans that help me out.
All right. So now we are over to Ortho.
Yeah. So I think we would first see Ortho's green eyes, and then as we kind of pulled out a little bit, we would notice that Ortho looks a lot like a less attractive version of Crash Cart, a less tough version of Johnny, and if Sonny had a twin brother, that Ortho would be a dead ringer for the for Sonny. However, just has regular brunette hair. Actually, there's Ortho is the most nondescript individual that you have ever seen by default, other than their green eyes. You actually see him kind of tutting around, I think, apparently at this point, in a van near the river. It's actually kind of a little park area, and there's an old man who is sitting on the bench across from him, staring straight at him, but largely seemingly unaware that he is even there, as we kind of see, cut back and see that Ortho is vaguely kind of shifting in and out of the visible range and is hard to even perceive, because he is trying to not be found, and this old man whose sight is going isn't even convinced that there's somebody across the bench from him right now, and that I'm just kind of, whenever he looks away, just sneaking a little bite of the bagel he's drinking and the coffee that he has in front of him, and then like hitting out of existence again really quick.
Are you taking any of that and pocketing it for your pet sloth, Chambreezy?
Well, Chambreezy is actually gets good food. Like, this is me. Any money I manage to scrape together goes towards feeding Chambreezy. And I mean, I figure if Chambreezy has to live in the back of a van, that Chambreezy deserves only the finest. I'm going to say eucalyptus leaves. Don't at me. I know it's a koala. But let's just say for sloths that they also like a really fine eucalyptus as well. Or if anybody in the chat wants to tell me what they actually eat, that's fine also too. But yeah, that's where all of my money goes, is non-synthetic, actually grown eucalyptus for Chambreezy.
Yeah. Well, so you're at this bench, and it's actually a good thing that you're at the bench, because your van gets approached by two what appear to be police officers for New Hyperopolis, or East Hyperopolis.
East Hyperopolis.
East Hyperopolis.
Okay. I immediately worry about Chambreezy, because I don't actually have the permits for Chambreezy to be in the van. Also, I am deeply worried. Are these corporate cops? Like,
so they are city cops, but
okay,
based on their gear, you have a feeling that they might city cops sponsored by corporation.
Right.
That's the feel you get. Right?
So I'm immediately worried that they've found me. I look around and I pull out my I think I said blow dart in there, but I actually wanted like a pea shooter. I pull out my pea shooter, and I like ping one of the cars next to me. My van's pulled in. The old man's like truck is next to that. There's a couple of hover bikes, right? I shoot the back end of the old guy's truck with my pea shooter to try to make a noise and distract the cops.
Okay. So what you're going to do then is you're going to roll a shoot roll. Or blast, sorry. Blast is what this is. So basically you need 2 hits with a shoot roll.
Sorry. All right. So 2 hits with a shoot roll. And I am bad at everything except for what am I? So shoot is
shoot
is a reaction, which I'm good at, but it's a 1 for me. But I get to roll 5 dice because it's one of my 2 good stats. I rolled 2 1s, which explode, and I rolled another 1, which explodes.
Ooh.
And I rolled. Oh, that's a 6. Nope. Yep. Okay.
Hey, that's still 3 hits. Yeah. So you absolutely ping the back of the car, and it makes a noise, which causes both of the cops to turn and look at it, and then they sort of look at each other, this kind of thing, and then they walk toward it. And then as they do, you
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
As they do, you notice that there are other cops kind of off to the side now that you are paying attention that are waiting. It's like these 2 were sent in to knock on the van to see if you'd be peaceful, but there are others just in case you weren't.
Well, I mean, like, I can't let them.
There are ways away, though.
Yeah, I can't, I can't worry about that right now. So I am going to, in camo mode, try to stealth into my van so I can pull off. So I'll probably go in through the passenger side and try to slide over.
All right. So this is going to be.
How dumb are these cops?
Well, I mean, we're about to find out.
I mean, they're cops, so.
Not starting off really great on that one, are we? All right, so you're going to be making a stealth roll.
All right.
Which is also reaction.
Yep.
They're Metal Gear guards. They're like, what was that noise?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But stealth is actually, I'm good at stealth. That's the advantage there. 3, 4, 5.
Right. You also have that sort of fades in and out kind of thing going on. So
So that's 1, 2. I got 2, and yeah, my mod reduces the target number by 1.
Target number. So we'll say 2 is fine because 3 would have been average for this particular situation. So yeah, you'd totally do it. So you slip by. It's kind of like almost ghost-like where you move and like Predator style, where maybe some of the world like changes as you walk through. But like you get to your van and you quietly open, and when you do, Shimbrizi's like.
I'm like, wah, 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 wah. And then I slide over and basically kick the thing into high gear and immediately try to pull out and drive away.
Great stuff. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna make you make a drive roll as the last thing that we do here to see how well you peel out of there. You're gonna peel out of there because you snuck by them. These cops aren't looking at you at all.
Right.
But we're gonna see how well you do. Do you knock over like trash cans and stuff along the way? Like, let's see.
So the good news is these are all reaction-based rolls. The bad news is that I'm horrible at everything except for stealth. So
Right.
here we
So
go.
if you get at least 1, you're fine.
Right.
I just want to know if you hit.
Oh, I got 2 1s. Excellent. So that's
All right.
already it. And then we'll roll those again just to see no more successes. But yeah, 2 successes.
All right, so you get out of there. You do knock over a garbage can, but like not enough for they see your van obviously kick in and then launch and take off, right?
Yeah.
Fly up into the air, go blazing out into the sky lanes, and disappear amongst the cluster of other cars.
Awesome.
They obviously like the lights. They're police cars. Like lights comes on and they come flying up, but you're gone. You're just like it's the morning traffic, and you just eased right in. And sure, you've like and like smoke comes out the back because you got this beater car, but there are a bunch of other beater like vans in the traffic as well. So it's fine. You blend in.
Cool.
For now.
Excellent. If you're just joining us right now, we are playing Beta Red with Scott, the designer. It's going to be live on Kickstarter in February. It's a cyberpunk system. I'm super excited about it. But I am playing Orthogonal Jones, and I am a psychic who has had a bunch of chemicals pumped into him. And then the other 3 people are playing different cloned versions of me with different enhancements and genetic manipulation having happened to them. which we're just fighting our corporate overlords and trying to make through the days. So we just did character introduction, and now we're going to hop a little bit deeper into play. But if you're watching out there, let us know what your preferred cyber augmentation would be if you would get one. And if you have any questions about the stream, let us know.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, now I'm thinking about that.
All right. So now that you guys have all like been thrown into this, you know that there's some stuff. Who wants to try to recap what they think is going on so far?
You mean like the secrets, or just recap what's happened?
Well, the secrets mostly, but if you want to recap what's happened for anyone that's jumped in.
Well, I mean, there's some dirty cops, obviously, who've orchestrated this thing, and maybe our man Jones got set up, because he seems really unprofessional.
I would never make drugs in the back of my van, because I would never expose Shambrazy to that kind of danger.
Those orange boys are making some bad drugs, and kids are getting a hold of it. Why they're making bad drugs is beyond me. That seems like a big waste of money, and bad PR for your gang.
But the branding is on point. Like it's in the shape of a pumpkin. It's orange pumpkin to the orange gang. It really works out well for the branding.
It's true. What month is it? Is it October in our world?
It is, in fact. This particular adventure was stolen from another one that I then copied and just sort of took a bunch of stuff with it. But yes, it is October, and the place where John E. Runner lives is actually known for its Dia de Muertos celebrations, and they're getting ready. They're gearing up for that.
That holiday is actually like the best holiday.
Yeah, and we've got Tommy here, and Tommy's parent. Did we establish mother or father?
So the father works for Medwire, but the mother is the one that Crash Cart contacted. So the mother is the one that's coming to like talk to them and come help this kid out.
I think it, on a meta level, if I was going to guess, I would guess Tommy's dad knows something.
I definitely think that I'm gonna like try to send out like a warning to look out for baggies with pumpkins on them, especially around this time of year where kids might want to eat some candy or something. So I'll start spreading it around like the hospital and see if I have any like, I don't know, cop contacts to keep an eye out. I'm part of a corpo, so my character's, into cops as much as I'm not.
While I'm speeding away, I'll message each of you. Which I think it's fun. I think it'd be fun if like Sonny knows I exist but doesn't actually know my name. That way, like, when they said it to you, like just like it's just like every time it comes through, it's just OG. Like and so just to say, hey, cops came looking for me at the van. Don't know how they found me. Just be careful you don't get mistaken for me.
So you'll get this message from OG on your clicks that say this.
Are we all getting it?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna send it to everybody. I mean, like if I think there's a good chance that Crash Cart probably knows my name.
Okay.
For sure. Actually, I think probably Crash Cart and Johnny would know my name. Like I've probably tracked them down and found them, and I'm probably just aware that Sonny is one of my clones, and so keep them up to date, but haven't actually made contact to this point.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Am I aware that I'm a clone? Is that like known publicly?
So you, based on your upbringing, you would have had to have known that you were a clone.
Okay.
Because you were, if I remember correctly, you're a backroom project. Is that right?
Yeah.
So you like didn't have like a regular childhood, and that might be why you gravitate toward like letting the audience determine what you're wearing and stuff. Because as a kid, you were constantly being tested, and like scientists were like having you learn skills and stuff. Teach you how to do the things that you can do, but mostly how to manipulate people and make friends, right? And it was obvious that they wanted you to become like a influencer.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna ping OG and John E. Hey, to basically be like, shit's going down. Can you meet at the bar? I want to get ahead of this. Send. Because I don't think I know Sonny, but maybe I've seen you perform. Probably, I just don't know you in person.
Follow them on Beta Talk or something.
Yeah. Space-tagram.
Space-tagram.
Yeah, I think I basically have different levels of contact with each clone, and the more likely it is that they would be mistaken for me, the more likely that I have let them in on the situation. And Sonny is at very low risk for that. And so I think that's one of the things. But Johnny and Crash Cart would be at much higher risk.
Especially being that John E sort of rolls with that mean street thing, like the gangs and stuff. You might have camped out in a park nearby where John E lives at some point without knowing it.
Right.
That's the feel. Yeah.
So
or I've done like bouncing work at a place outside near where you're camping on as well.
Do I have like a corporate handler or somebody that manages my affairs?
No, once you got to be an adult and you kind of went off on the path that they were expecting, they let you handle yourself. Obviously, Medwire keeps a tab on you, and in fact, the little promo you did earlier this morning was for a new Medwire juice. So they're your primary clients that you get a lot of jobs from, but one part of you thinks that it's because you do a good job, and the other part of you thinks it's their way of keeping tabs on you. But you don't really work for them, as it were. They just have you always feel like they're always kind of there, but they let you do what you want. You've never had a point where any of your videos or statements have been taken down or censored, right? So they obviously aren't trying to stop you from doing stuff.
Okay, I send a text back. Well, are we able to send texts back to you?
Yes, yeah. You don't. I think you've got some sense of okay, this person must think I look like them. There's some sense of hey, I know I'm a clone. This must be one of my other clones. But I don't think you have any idea anything beyond that. It's just you get these random texts from time to time that are all warnings and all basically be careful and lay lows, and they're almost always the cops found me.
Okay, so I'm I need to talk to you on a secure line. A lot of people pretend they know me.
And I say, well, I mean, if you want to, I guess nothing is more secure than in person. And I'll ping you. I'll ping you a location for the bar.
Okay, cool. I don't have to make up a weird cuisine.
Yeah, you just call it, Oceanic Fusion or something, and then we just go, sure, why not?
Mm-hmm.
No, you're all going to the bar. So John E, you left the bar, you went home to immediately turn around and go back to the bar. At least that's what they're suggesting.
Yeah, I was not particularly happy about that because I can't wait to go to sleep. It's been a long night.
Yeah, plus you went home to try to check on your fox, right? But you didn't have really a whole lot of time, so you just turned around and went back.
Just get a pet Kakarot there and head back.
I don't have any money, so I probably show up with in my bag I have one of the juices that you've been promoting because they brought a bunch of them to the hospital and we're supposed to be seen drinking them as advertisement. So I crack one open and I'm I drink it pointing the logo to the bar, the rest of the bar, and I'm this energizes me.
And because you do that, you get a little ching and you get 50 creds in your account.
Yeah,
I can endorsing it.
I can afford food for my pet.
Which is enough to also cover the whatever the cover is for this early morning getting into the bar. They theoretically they should just let you in free, for whatever, but they're still rolling on we had an event here. It's still happening. You have to pay the cover to get in.
I do also love that is, I don't know if you guys get the commercials for hold on, I don't have enough money in my account for this let me play this app-based game for 5 minutes to earn enough money to check out the bodega commercials on. I don't know what the game is, but it's like rent real money, and it's like people at a bodega like playing a game before they check out so that they can afford to. And it's crazy. But that is a real life commercial that happens right now, and that is what just happened.
I forgot to mention that as you guys are going to this place, you also get bombarded with the excessively loud adverts, which are big in the Ocean Heights district. Just excessively loud adverts.
It's just white noise at this point.
Yeah. No, really, especially when you live on the lower parts, you just like, it's just with the background noise.
It's just like Kramer's apartment, constantly just a red glow.
And see, I have a very important influencers product that lets me tune all that out. It's like
contacts,
like a white noise machine.
Yep. In fact, you actually probably, as you're going there, like while everyone else is hearing these like excessive loud adverts, you're hearing none of them, but you're generating one of your own. Like streaming live Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays at 9 a.m. Like that kind of thing.
Is there a place we can talk discreet? He says, just like shooting at her as she's walking.
It's just part of what happens. Like, but the thing is that it is so white noisy that it probably is not gathering any attention whatsoever. True. There's probably 3 or 4 other people within like 10 feet of you that are doing the exact same thing. So, just for those that are like trying to like, well, what am I gonna do this week? Oh, look, there's a stream. Those are like the only people that notice. Everyone else is just like going about their business.
Yeah, it's like being an actual streamer.
Ouch.
I will. I'll pull up into the alleyway in the back where I've parked many times before, and wait for the guy taking out the morning trash to come toss it, and then slip in the back door.
So he's going to throw it out. Are you going to slip in while he's still outside, or are you just going to follow him as he goes back in?
Oh yeah, I'll just follow him as he goes back in. So he tosses it, and then
I'm not going to make you picture because you're already hard to see anyway. So that's fine. He's not paying attention. But if he was like turning around to go to the door and you're slipping in, he might see you. But if you're following him in, that's no problem. Oh yeah, so you get in through the back, and you have to dodge like stuff and all these kinds of OSHA violations all over the place. Wet floor, ladders that are not properly stowed, hanging things from the ceiling, that kind of stuff. Definitely not a clean place, and you definitely shouldn't eat their shellfish at all. But you get into the bar from the backside.
I order the lobster. No, I'm just kidding.
Cut to a janitor, but his mop head is just a lobster. And then he puts it back in the tank.
Yeah, it's like that. It's that bad.
Use the mop suppings to make a soup.
Yeah. Yeah. So you guys are all there back at the bar then. You have all in different places though, because you guys are like, come find me, and then you have to like tell each other where you are.
Just a whole bunch of unattractive siblings of mine sitting around the bar.
That's funny.
There are not very many people actually, because the venue is over. So like the staff is cleaning up mostly, and then there's like those few people that still want to keep on going. And then, like, those people that are basically passed out but pretending they're not by like cradling in class,
I'm gonna bump OG, not knowing that it's him, just like tapping him with my shoulder and point and be like, "Oh my god, is that Sony? Did you see who just walked into the bar?"
Yeah, I told him to meet us here.
Wait, you know her? Wait, who are you?
It's me, and I'll stop being as translucent. I'll kind of snap into focus a little bit more.
I have one compassion, which I think was part of like rating people, so I have no clue. The body language in this room, I have no idea.
And as I snap into focus, I like lean over to one of the people who's passed out and like grab the sunglasses off their face and put them over my my eyes. And so yeah, they're actually they're your sister. They're you. Whatever you guys are to us and we are to each other. They're one of those. So, yeah.
I mean, not
Sonny has a signature entrance as well as a signature walk, as well as like a head turn a certain way. And I would assume that almost everybody in this place is like, oh, there she is.
Yeah. All the ones that are conscious anyway are like, that person has way more likes on the Facebook than I do. Spacetagram than I do.
I mean, I can't believe I'm a clone of Sony. That explains so much. I really feel like I have a talent.
Well, I mean, that's you're not. They're both clones. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. I was the one that got the brains, and clearly she was the one that got the looks.
You guys gonna order drinks, or are you just gonna keep talking to each other at my bar? This guy wiping the Devar off.
Oh, I'm perfectly satisfied with my drinks, good sir.
Cling, another 50 creds in your account.
Oh hell yeah!
And I grabbed the half-filled like beer, like synthetic beer off the counter from the guy I took the sunglasses from. So, oh no, I got one right here. I'll let you know when I need another one though.
All right. Just keeps wiping the bar.
I take off my AR sunglasses and I take in the true majesty of the place, and then I'm like, and then I go over and join the folks here.
I'm gonna walk over to the bar and like, hey Tony, can I get a synth beer, please?
Yeah, 1 synth beer. Why are you back here anyway? He sets it down in front of you. He's like, didn't you just leave? Thought we just paid you.
Yeah, I'm meeting it. I guess you'd call him my dad or something. I don't know. It's complicated. I'm meeting family.
Yeah, family is complicated. I get it. He starts wiping down a glass.
I see OG over there, and I'll just walk towards him. I would imagine I've not met anybody else, but I've met OG at least once.
I think we've met mostly because a lot of people from this bar probably show up at the hospital.
Oh, right. Good point. And I've had to hold him over or something.
Yeah, in fact, one night when things went rough, you probably ended up at the hospital getting some stitches.
Right.
You know? Yeah. So you guys have probably bumped paths a couple times. And it's not like you guys necessarily like immediately knew that you were clones of each other, just like you looked similar. It's like that guy looks like a lot like me, but without a scar, like that kind of thing.
Again, right. Can't read people, probably wouldn't even think that much.
All right, so you guys are all together now.
Oh, together now.
I imagine you're OG because you're the oldest, right?
That's a good question. I actually don't know that I'm that much older than any of y'all. Like I was in a tank for years. Like I think the concept is like I was a pretty great blank genetic slate that had a lot of potential, but no direct capacity, and therefore it was like this is a great base human template for us to make really awesome people out of, but they'll never really amount to anything. So I was basically in a tank for years and years and years. So even though I am probably technically like 3 or 4 years older than y'all, I lived in a tank floating my entire life and just woke up like a few years ago. And so I'm like way less culturally aware, and probably look about the same age. But
so then I just go, so which one of you is OG?
That's me. I'm you're my, so.
Is it patron? Is patron the right word?
I mean, that sounds good. That sounds less weird than anything else I've said about this before. You were made from my genetic material. Yeah.
I think we all know how clones work. None of us here are surprised by that, right?
Right, I mean, but it's like usually there's not as many of yous running around in as many combinations as there are from me, and it's just weird to talk about. I don't know. Yeah, so anyways, y'all are all related. We're all related.
That also explains why when John came in, my blood just perfectly matched, and I was the donor. They even they were looking for a kidney, and they were like, hey, your kidney for some reason is an identical match biologically and DNA wise, and I just didn't want to give it up because I was not on the list. UNOS has to go through it. It's a whole big corporate thing. You understand?
They've got to pay for that lever. I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So no free livers. So you're just on my you're on my list of just I keep you guys up to date whenever things are happening. I'm not supposed to be like out really. I think they're trying to get me back in the tank.
Well, I mean, you look a little rode hard to be put back in the bottle. I mean, I guess I just made up a new phrase there.
You should.
Everyone
tweet
is
that out
everyone is
before.
live tweaking that
Oh.
like out right now. Like everybody's like, oh, hot new phrase.
I feel like this meeting should be secret. I turned off my stuff. I don't know about you.
No, I'm just kidding.
I legally can't.
yeah.
I'm still on the clock. If they call me and they need me back to the hospital, I go back.
Basically your whole life. You're never not off the clock.
No, I haven't slept in 72 hours. This refreshing juice is the only thing keeping me going.
Ching.
Flavor juice.
Yeah. So no, I mean, also I didn't say this. My character is like in pajamas and a bathrobe, like is totally like Arthur Dent chic right now.
Bar attire.
And it's like, so anyways, sorry about all the messages. You probably are at lower risk, so I never really like reached out. I don't think anybody's gonna mistake the two of us, but I would never want your like DNA to get pulled for something I did and you to not have a heads up.
Well, I just thought maybe you got busted selling drugs or something. You wanted help with legal fees or something. I mean,
drugs.
Wait, why would that come up now?
Well, this new orange drug, Alpha Orange, it's on the streets. Tom Wheatley Jr. just died of it.
He didn't die. I brought him. He came into the hospital, OD'd on this stuff. I brought him back. I'm the best.
He's still alive. Oh,
yes. Whatever
that's cool.
source you have is incorrect, and also that information that's confidential. That shouldn't be getting out of the hospital.
Why
we're
do
gonna
you
have to
care? You're at this creepy secret meeting, just like I am.
Listen, sometimes you got to get on in the streets and get your hands dirty after a 3-day shift.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. The that data is supposed to be confidential. In fact, Alpha Orange, they hadn't even come back with the test results yet for you to know that was the type of drug that was being dealt with. So somehow Sonny has access to information that you don't have access to yet.
This stuff's getting to kids on the street. That's why I'm invested.
Yeah, I saw a couple pumpkins last night have a bag of it, and they're acting kind of off even for them.
Not literal pumpkins.
No, they're the orange gang, but they wear pumpkins on their chest, so pumpkins.
Gotcha.
They come in a lot.
I don't know about any of that. I know that when I was having a coffee and bagel this morning that were absolutely my coffee and bagel, that the police showed up and were all over my van and I had to book it. Like, that's all I know. Like, I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
That's a weird emphasis, OG, but yeah, the police have acting weird.
Where's your van now?
It's in the alleyway.
And how much of this drug do you have in your van?
I don't have any. I don't know what drug you're talking about. Like, what is this drug? Like, what did it do?
I pull out my notebook and like repeat just like the extensive notes that I took about the case.
Yeah, so your click contains all the information digitized. So you can just like bloop, and the click can either see it so that only you can see it, or you can project it out so that everyone can see it.
All right, everyone huddle up so no one can see this. Again, confidential information. I could get in a lot of trouble for this. Beep.
But as you bring it up, you do get, there's the notes that have come in from the hospital that have included more information, like the test results. The drug, it says that it's classified as under the classification name of Alpha Orange, a classified med wire drug in development.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. How would
An inside job?
No, someone must have stolen it or something.
What? I mean, all that's great. What does it do?
I mean, trying to kill kids is the main feedback that I've seen.
So far, you see it caused some kind of reaction, like a body reaction for this kid, and it like basically crashed all of his systems. But he, the other study, the tests that have come back from a recent like scan, he's having a lot of hyperactive brain activity.
All right, the kid's got ADHD, but that's probably not related
Can I do a quick check to see if I'm sure there's almost no way I would have heard about something that's not close to market, but any connections that might pop up in my little
so
bit?
you could try to do a search or a software skill roll to see if you can sort of get into some systems and dig into some deeper back channels.
So how does it work? My intelligence is 3, but I don't have any points in search.
So it would be 1 would be your default number for 1. So you could try to roll 3 dice and get hope for 1s. We're gonna. I mean, you also have 2 feedback. So if you really want to dig, you can have feedback too. Get like
I'm not trying that hard.
Yeah.
I got none.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, nothing. You don't know anything.
Can I try to look into if there's been any robberies from Medwire that have been reported, even like internally?
Yeah, because you have access to the internal notes and stuff because you do work for Medwire. It is weird to be looking up that sort of thing, but because you do work for them, you have like, there's obviously going to be some security specialist somewhere be like, hey guys, no, there are some people that are trying to follow people in, so just be aware of people following you into the building, et cetera, those kinds of emails.
Change your password.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. So it'd be like search or software, either one, whichever one you like.
3, 4. Okay, I got 4 successes, but 2 of them are 1s, so I'm going to reroll those. So 4 successes.
Oh yeah. So there haven't been any break-ins at all, but somebody did report a missing amount of an experimental pharmaceutical medication that they're trying to track down. They're afraid that it got shipped to the hospital, and it wasn't supposed to be shipped to the hospital. It was supposed to be shipped to R&D. But
well, it looks like we got a shipment of an experimental drug, but we weren't supposed to. So it definitely showed up at the hospital, but how it got out on the streets, I'm not too sure.
Well, it said they think it was shipped to the hospital. They just don't know where it was shipped to.
Oh,
it was supposed to go to R&D. It didn't make it.
Okay.
It went to the wrong dock at the hospital, potentially.
Yeah, it says that went to the hospital, but we haven't heard anything about it. So must have got on the streets. Also, I should update my password. I got an email. I forgot to do that.
Well, I wanted to let you guys you got to be careful. Like, I mean, I don't know what they're coming at me for. I don't know if it's this drug stuff, but I wanted to give you all the heads up, especially, like Crash Guard. I don't know if you're going to I don't want you to get walk into work and get thrown down on the ground or whatever. So, and then Johnny, I know you're always up to, different things. I just want you to be careful.
Not to be rude, but I think nobody would mistake me for you. Just putting that out there.
I mean, I theoretically could have been any one of you. I'm just saying, I for whatever reason, but
you're the one they specifically went after first.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I didn't do anything. So, I don't know. I mean, it could have been one of the other John lines. It could have been John C gets up to some stuff. John C gets into some real messy business. Johnny, do you remember that one time?
Yeah, I remember the one time.
Ugh.
Have you guys seen one of those scenes in a movie where they sit in a car and watch a place for a long time? They eat burgers and drink soda and stuff.
Either you're talking about a stakeout or you're...
A stakeout. That's what it's called. Yeah. We could stake out one of our places and see if they try to go there.
Could do that. I mean, I hate to say it, but I am the most likely to have been the one that stole these drugs since I have access to a lot of drugs, to be honest. So I would be willing to stake out my place. I also have money, so I can buy some food and drop it off for my pet before we do that.
So then we have to answer, are you going to be a honeypot and be in there? Or are you going to be with us in the stakeout ready to ambush whoever it is?
We can stake it out while you go in, because you got to feed your pet anyways, right? So you go in, you feed your pet. We see what happens.
Sounds good. I definitely like this plan, and as far as I can determine, it's foolproof, and nobody will figure it out. All right.
Who is your gossipiest friend?
probably that person I was talking to when the kids showed up.
Yeah.
So here's my proposal: as you go from the van to your place, or however you get there, I don't know, maybe you have a car, but on your way there, call your friend and be like, I'm just stopping by my house to do this or that. And that could also help maybe see if you're under surveillance or that person's selling you out.
That'd be good. I could also take a selfie with you and put it on Twitcher and be like, hey, just heading home. Look who I ran into. Sonny. Oh my God, she's so nice. She let me take a selfie with her. Either idea. I mean, one of them gets me a lot of follows. One of them potentially proves that my friendship was a lie. Toss up.
Oh, so you're negotiating? Yeah. Normally, I would, of course, let a selfie with anybody, but with my clone, it feels kind of masturbatory. But I'll do it if you want.
You seem very into this plan, so let's do that one. So I'm gonna take a selfie just with my click, be like, click, and I'm gonna post. Just hit up the bar on my way home. Can't believe who I ran into. She's so down to earth and nice, and loves flavor juice, the drink that will boost you to new heights.
Ching.
Which is obviously in the photo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tag the bar. They need some more revenue.
No, I took a picture that you can't even distinguish what bar it is.
Just some corner of some shady place, right?
Did I get any money for that post?
Immediately, but halfway to your house, you get 100 creds dropped into your account. But Sonny, you also get 100 creds dropped into your account with a thank you from Medwire saying, thank you for being a new supporter. That kind of thing, like a new, promoter. So
I think this plan was the best one, if I'm being honest.
Are we all on the guzzler?
I mean, I don't got a vehicle, so I guess I'm going to the guzzler with you.
When you get in, you obviously will realize that there's a special place for the sloth, and you'll have to like cram into a corner.
Well, the sloth, like Shambreezy stays in the back. Like they have their own space. Like there's privacy curtains. They're open right now. But like you gotta give the sloth its space. So it's a little bit tighter than the van would typically suggest. You guys all have to sit on the same bench, because the back half is converted into a living space for Shambreezy.
I mean, it's the sloth's house. I'm just entering into it, so I mean, of course, I'm sitting in my space.
So I'm gonna leave my click open so that you guys can listen in. We'll stay on a line. There's a corner store just near my bodega, you might say. I'm gonna pick up some food, bring it up to my apartment, and you just like keep an eye out if anyone shady comes in. If anyone's already in there, you should be able to hear our conversation.
Yeah, and you know that this particular corner market doesn't actually have red panda food, but it has something that you've determined is good enough.
I mean, I know that it's not a great bodega, so they do have cockroaches, which I think
red pandas love.
So, like, do you actually buy them, or do you just scoop them up from the floor as you're in there looking around?
I mean, I'll buy like a sandwich for myself, but like instead of dusting the bug off, I'll put it into my bag.
Right.
Is there a way to surveil the doc? What do we call you? The doctor?
Crash cart.
Crash cart. Is there any way to surveil Crash cart as he goes around, or like the inside of the apartment?
Yeah, you could sort of easily follow Crash Cart, like, if you're sitting in the van watching at the corner and then walking across to see if there's anyone following. Make a search.
Like surveillance cameras, that kind of stuff.
We've got we've got click time open. Like we've got a click time call that's just going the entire time.
Yeah. Right. You should be able to like be part of Crash Cart's like shopping experience and everything. No problem. The real question is whether you want to check and make sure nobody's following Crash Cart or like, that kind of stuff, right? There are security cameras. They're like traffic cams and things like that. You could try to crack them by sort of doing a software roll to crack into them and get access to those, or you can just use your eyes and keep an eye out, see if anyone's following. Which would you like to do?
OG or John could do that kind of stuff, or I could call somebody and see if I could wheedle them into doing it for me.
I mean, I keep my eyes on them, but I am no hacker.
Should we really get more and people involved in this?
In this shady scheme?
John S. Actually is pretty decent on a cracker. Like, I'm just saying. Like the John line is more than capable of doing that. I'm just going to keep my eyes out.
Yeah. Do organic hacking.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, just with your eyes. Yeah. So what you guys would do then? You guys can, as a group, make search rolls TN3 to see if you see anyone sneaking out. That's what I'm going to say is the TN to see somebody possibly following. As a group, you can do that. So
I'm just going to go up to my apartment, so I won't be involved.
You're the honeypot. So like you have to. As normal as possible. One.
Why?
Nope.
Why?
So just one hit, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, I say Shambreezy surveillance mode.
You know, I had this whole bit about Shambreezy being a robot and being your companion because it doesn't have a mind, but I decided not to. It's a real life sloth because you're feeding it real food. So
Awesome.
I like the idea that we have access to like real animals in this world that probably doesn't have a lot of them.
So there's that. So you you guys don't see anything. You don't notice anyone following Crash Cart, and at least initially.
Hold on, just
Crash Cart. You get
Dean. We're double deaning right now.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My browser crashed.
Okay, I'm gonna remove OG Dean from the meeting. Then that's fine.
It's a clone.
Do we need to? Do we maybe want to take a break right here if that's the thing, so that you can do that, and then other people can.
I already did it. But if this is a good time to take a break, if you've got something that's about to happen, Jeff just got to have to take a bottle of water.
About to happen. He just get some water, so it might.
So let's go ahead and take. We're just going to take a 5-minute break. So we'll be back at 35 after the hour to play some more Beta Red.
Cool.
All right. Be right back.
Cool.
All right, and we are back here on Plus One EXP playing Beta Red, which is an awesome game that's coming to Kickstarter very soon. It's a phenomenal little cyberpunk game. If you aren't familiar with Zine Quest on Kickstarter or Zine length games, there's going to be a whole lot of them dropping next month. We're going to be covering a lot of that content here, both for the rest of January, and then so we've got a lot more streams than normal, 2 or 3 a week. I'm super excited. We have Scott here running with us. Scott, tell people where they can find out more about the game.
Well, the obvious answer would be on Kickstarter, or kickstarter.com/projects or Scott Uhls/BetaRed, or BetaRed, a cyberpunk genre RPG is what the thing is. But you can find out more. You can go to Facebook. You can look me up. Heroic Studios Gaming is where you find a lot of that. And that's 2 E's in Hero because it's some joke and a name I made in like middle school, and now I've been rolling with it ever
Now it's a
since.
brand.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, we'll drop the link to that in the chat in just one moment. Also, to Kelly, tell people a little bit about who you are and where they can find you before we dive back in.
Hey, I'm Kelly. I do a bunch of stuff online. Right now, I'm doing a Vampire the Masquerade stream on Vancouver by Night. I'm helping my partner with her actual play called Tabletop Titties with 2 Ds. I have a YouTube channel called Super Hopped Up and a podcast called Drinking and Screaming, where we watch horror movies and make cocktails that pair with it. And I am playing Crash Cart, the corpo trauma medic with terrible people skills.
Awesome. Dean, tell people who you are, where they can find you.
Yeah, my name is Dean. I can be found at GeekisDean on Instagram and Twitter. I am playing John E. Runner, who is also has bad people skills, but it doesn't work for the corpos.
Jeff?
Hey, I'm Jeff Richardson, aka El Jefe Tacoma. I'm a podcaster, game designer, writer. I realized before I didn't sell the one thing I do that's most relevant, which is a space opera actual play where we play test the game I created and will one day hopefully put out, Shattered Worlds. And yeah, it's called Shattered Worlds RPG. We're on our 4th season. It's really cool. Listen to it.
It's very good. My name is Tony Vicinda. You can find me at Tony Vicinda across anything, or us at Plus One EXP. On pretty much any social media platform, or at least the ones we're on, and probably other ones we're not on that you shouldn't look us up on because we don't put anything out on them. And I am playing the OG, the original genetic material from which all these phenomenal clones were made and then tweaked into better versions. But at some point after all their genetic material was pulled from me, I got dosed with all kinds of crazy things and have a lot of stuff going on right now. There's just a lot going on right now for my character.
I didn't get the OG joke.
Oh, you didn't get that till just now? Yeah. You're welcome. Yeah, so my character's name is, it actually is Orthogonal Jones, but it's a G instead of a J. And which OG is, yes, just a reference to the original. Yes. Because that's my level of dumb meta name things. Get used to it here if you're an at Plus One fan. Go ahead and hit follow if you want to also too.
Yeah, and to be fair, like over time, you would have built up tolerance to the Beta Red drugs that they were pumping you with, right?
That's true.
Different
Yep.
things. So they had to keep pumping you with more and more and more until eventually you snapped and you pressed that limit when humans become psychics. For most people, it's like their first time they try Beta Reds. For you, it was like, took a while.
Yep. And I love my character is totally aware that they have psychic powers and is very unwilling to use them and prefers just to sneak around and stay out of sight. So I can't wait till we hit that moment where that's no longer an option. And
so as you come up to your apartment there, Crash Cart, you're coming up to, is it on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th floor of a building?
I feel like whichever is the cheapest, and I probably have a roommate who doesn't need to be there right now, but I don't make a lot of money at the hospital, so it's
Is your roommate also work at the hospital?
Yeah, that makes it easy.
opposite shifts.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So they probably came and went a couple times while I was on my shift, and are probably back there now.
Yep. And that's exactly the perfect situation, because then you guys really don't see each other. So you both have your own privacy, but you also only pay half rent. So
yeah. And they're also the only person that was chill with my red panda, named Millicent.
So when you come up to the apartment, the door is it is closed, but you get the distinct feeling that it was pried open recently. Like there's marks on the side of it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna pull out my gun and like.
Wait, I feel like we skipped an important step, which is what snack did you get at the bodega?
Well, I got a sandwich for me. It was a tuna sandwich.
Oh god, the best sandwich to get at the bodega.
Hell yeah!
My constitution is great because I'm a clone, so I can pretty much just eat like the worst food for you. And I'm one of those annoying people that is always healthy, but like eats like shit. And they're just like, yeah, my metabolism is just so great. So
that could have been my metabolism, but it's not.
Yeah. So I'm just like, I've got a gun for self-defense, and I'm just gonna like pull it out and like slowly push open the door to see if anyone's in there.
Yeah, so you don't see anyone, but you do see signs that people were in there. Like a lot of stuff seems to be moved or opened. Like it's like they were opening stuff, but then didn't take the time to close it back up again. Millicent is on the counter eating a bag of chips that seems to have been left on the countertop, which you know.
My roommate's chips. Those are my roommate's chips. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I run over and like try to take them from her.
You're gonna have a little wrestling match with your red panda now. See how this happens. Go ahead and make it. Just do like a brawl, and we'll see if you can get any job done.
I have 2 dice and no points in brawl. Yeah, that's no successes.
Well, the red panda got a 1, and then I rerolled it. It was a 1, and then I rerolled it. It was a 3. So 2 hits. So the red panda snatches you take the bag away, but it still had like handsfuls of chips. It like takes them and runs off, and then just like standing there looks at you, just like shoving them in the face.
I guess I'll eat your cockroach. Knowing that my click is still open, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, I can't believe we were robbed. Somebody has been in my apartment and has looked through all of my stuff. So you guys can hear it.
Right, yeah. I think did they not know that may have been like the people who are looking for us?
No, I do. I'm just
no, I know. But we don't know that. So like, it's my conversation with Sonny. Like, that's kind of what we're looking for, right?
Well, I mean, it looks like such an amateurish job. Like this really feels like an inside cop frame up. Like a real dummy was in charge of this.
Is it 2-way? Can I hear them?
I think we're probably muted. That way it doesn't come like we don't accidentally say something that would tip off anyone that we're watching.
Yeah, that's probably fair. You don't.
I don't think any of us are especially smart, but I don't think we're that dumb.
I'm really intelligent, so I probably would suggest that.
There you go.
I feel like my character is so used to silencing things, and I'm my own audio producer or whatever.
You probably have like a special red light that turns on to let you know if you're muted or not, so just so you don't have to record a whole session all muted.
Also available on Kickstarter right now.
Can I try to look around just to see if like this was just someone messing stuff up or if they actually took anything?
Make a search roll.
All right. I like doing those because I'm good at it.
Can one of us assist like over the phone or whatever?
The unfortunate thing is because you're not there, you'd be stuck to the camera. So you could add 1 die to the pool for Crash Cart to assist.
Cool.
But only for things behind a Crash Cart.
Yeah.
I'll roll that die then.
Yeah.
Oh, that worked out. Okay, so I got 2 successes, but I'm going to use one of my feedbacks to make that 3 successes.
Perfect. Yeah, so nothing was taken, but something was planted. You notice that there was like everything is like been moved around, but there with the 3 hits, you saw that there was something that was left like kind of tucked under your bed a bit. It looks to be like a backpack.
All right, I'm going to scope out that backpack. Oh, what is this backpack that is under my bed? This is not mine.
Throw it out the window. I panicked. I'm sorry.
Yeah, opening it up, you find a very large bag full of red tablets, red pills.
Oh.
Or orange pills, sorry, not orange.
Okay, I was like, oh, it's just beta red. Okay.
I was more excited for a second there.
Yeah, so this is considered a set of drugs. You can either mark it on your character sheet, as drugs. These are orange pills, or you can do something with them.
I'm gonna zip up the bag and then put it over my shoulder, put the bag on my shoulder, and then say like, well, I better head down to the police department to file this robbery as a report. And I'm gonna leave and come back down to the van.
We'll actually, I'm gonna start, as they say that, I'm gonna start pulling the guzzler up in front of the apartment.
As you're pulling the guzzler up in front of the apartment, police roll up.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Yeah, I keep on driving. Like, I don't...
Lose the bag.
So you guys, so as you're rolling up, yeah, two police vehicles roll out and 4 police get out. They seem to be running into the building, like they're in a hurry. At that same time, because I've already established this, Sonny, you get another like ping on your police band that lets you know they've issued a new warrant for the arrest of a one Crash Cart Kelly with I forget what the last name was of the character. But anyway,
Kelly Wright was my name, but I like the idea that this character's name is just Kelly as well. Crash Cart Kelly is cool. I'm gonna start calling myself that.
So a one Crash Cart Kelly who is suspected in stealing a experimental medication from MedWire, aka Alpha Orange, thought to be in possession of a wild beast creature, an unauthorized wild beast, a registered firearm, and potentially a whole lot of Alpha Orange.
It's a sting.
Wait, you don't have a permit for that animal? Were we able to pick up Crash Cart on our way?
Can you unmute and let me know that the police are here for me?
We were pulling up and saw them pull up in front of us and get out. Hey, the cops are like, we do realize finally, like, we've been talking and we're like, oh wait, unmute. Hey, the cops are coming.
Yell, get rid of that bag and we'll pick you up around the corner. How's that sound?
I'm going to. How big is the bag? Could Millicent fit in this bag?
Oh yeah.
Even with the drugs in it?
No, you'd have to ditch the drugs to put Millicent in. But you could carry Millicent.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take out the cockroach and be like, come on, and try to like hold her up on my shoulder, and I'm gonna try to duck out. Like, I'll duck out the apartment and try to make my way out the back rather than. I mean, I don't know where the cops are going.
We're gonna go with a stealth roll to see if you can slip past them, but you're gonna need to get 3 hits because initially Millicent is kind of reluctant to come to you, even though you're trusty and stuff. Because just a few moments ago you were trying to snatch the chips away from them, so it's one of those like,
damn it, Millicent.
Consequences.
This is not the time, Millicent. My stealth is super not great, so this is gonna be fun.
How close are we to the police as we pull up?
How close do you want to be?
I mean, I figure we're going to drive by them like the opposite direction, right? So as we hit that point, I'm going to say, like, are they like headed up to the door still?
Yeah, they went into the building. Like, they're heading to the inside the building. Like they get to the door and they're like doing a thing, and then one's like doing a thing on the click.
Okay,
probably like an authorization override kind of deal.
So I'm gonna use I'm gonna say grab the wheel to whoever's sitting in the passenger seat, and then I want to use conjuration. Psychics can make an object out of astral energy that can function as a physical object or appear as glowing astral energy. Concentration adds +1. So that's,
yeah.
I think...
So we basically are going to try to make that target number. If you hit it, then you create a thing. But then if you want to hold it for a while, you add a +1 to every other action that you do where you're holding it up.
Oh, wait, hold on. That may not be exactly what I want to do. Let me.
I got really good news for my stealth.
Okay, go ahead.
I only had 3 dice, and they were all 2s. Now, unfortunately, my stealth is 1. So I got no successes.
So that would be poor news.
Yeah. Well, no, the fact that they're all 2 is cool. So I got no hits on my stealth. So whatever you're gonna do it fast.
I just read it on here. I'm trying to look through and see what it is. I think it's psychokinesis. Actually, is what we're going to end up doing.
You're gonna try to like throw a ball of something at them.
Actually, at the engine of their car. Like I want to try to shoot a bolt of like electrical energy into the front of their car to make it like go pop bang explode.
Absolutely.
While we're driving by, which
all
is
right. So target number is 4 on that one.
Okay. And I have 3 in this, and it's the thing I am maxed out for. I can roll.
Yeah. So you're rolling 6 dice, and you're looking for
dice,
3, 2, or 1. Yeah.
All right, 1, 2. Well, those are a lot of bad rolls. 3, 4. 4 successes, which is what I need, I think. So
that is correct. You needed 4. So you successfully managed to send this bolt of lightning. Go ahead and describe how it hits their car and what happens.
Yeah, so I say grab the wheel, and hopefully Sonny or Johnny does that because I let go of it. I put my hands next to my head. You guys see me just crunching down really hard and like focusing, and all of a sudden a bolt of like crackling electricity appears right outside the window to the car and shoots over into the engine of the police vehicle, causing the engine to like explode in the front half of like the car to like pop up and fly off. And then like I kind of fall like super limp. I don't know how backlash works. I know it's the thing I'm gonna have to deal with in a second.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna deal with. Yeah,
so that's what you see. And then
you now get hit with 7 backlash. Now backlash is just like damage, but it's psychic based. So you're gonna make a mind save to try to knock that down. For each hit you get on your mind save, you will reduce that number.
Okay, so when I'm making a mind save, right? So I think my mind for my characters, the hit limit was 3, 1, 2. So I have a 1 hit limit for mind, right?
Let's double check.
And then I've got I think my pool is 3. I think. I mean that's what I have written on my character sheet if I did the math right.
No, so the pool should be for mind saves is going to be like your intelligence plus your. Oh, you might actually because you have a low intelligence and stuff.
I did not. Yeah, I did the weird psychic thing of not making me smart. Right. I just have psychic powers.
Yeah, so mind save would be intelligence plus expression.
Right, so that's 3. Yeah. So,
I know you're a psychic reader, correct?
Do what?
You're a reader. That's the type of character you are.
No. I'm not.
Oh, you're a sneak.
I'm a sneak. Remember,
you did really bad.
I built a bad character on purpose. I built a character who has incredible psychic power, but doesn't want to use it and is not good at it, and it just tries to stay out of the way. Like that's his entire MO. So yes, anyone watching know this. I built a massively non-optimized character because I thought it would be fun. And so
you're rolling 3 dice. You need 1s. And if you don't, you take 7 damage.
All right, cool. 7 damage I should add that is not healable in
Yeah, I'm not coming out here to heal your brain.
I explode twice. Let's see. Nope, just 2. Yeah.
All right, well, that's 5 health points you now knock off your character.
Sweet. I've got 7 health points now. Yeah, so I think what you see is more than just like classic 11 style. You see like blood come out of my nose, but also, Sada, you notice some blood coming out of my ear also too after that. And just keep on going. And like you notice my foot like get a little bit heavier, not because I consciously know I should be accelerating, but just because I'm slumping a little bit in the chair. And so we keep on kind of heading forward. Then whatever happens next happens.
Yeah, but fortunately, because you just blew up basically one of the 2 police vehicles, all 4 cops, like even the 2 that had finally got through the door and were heading in, all 4 of them stop and turn around and are watching, and like like the 2 that were outside probably fell back, that thing that they do, because like, whoa, what was that? But they're all kind of like all 4 of them are standing and looking that way as Crash Cart like leaves the apartment and like scoots down the hall, so they don't see Crash Cart.
Millicent like clawing at my head. No, Millicent, stop it. Stop. We need to be careful. We need to be stealthy. Shh, we're being stealthy.
Going to the emergency exit at the other end of the hall and like down to the street, and escapes without getting seen. The cops then like the two that are outside stay to try to figure out what just happened, looking around, kind of confused. and the other two go in to try to deal with the arrest warrant that they're supposed to be fulfilling at this point. So, now what do you guys do?
We got to pick up Crash Cart. So, if our driver wakes up, we'll eventually turn and go in there, or we'll have to switch drivers.
I think it takes like 10 seconds. Like I knew this was coming. It takes like 10 seconds for me to like come back to full focus and mental capacity. Like I'm obviously hurt and in some way, shape, or form not doing well, but I'm fine to drive. Thanks for holding it.
Yeah, you had it like you were drifting a bit, but you pulled it back to continue the car.
Crash Cart, where are you okay?
Oh man, I always love going up the back route of my house and being in the back alley. I'm just gonna take a stroll.
Yeah, I think at this point you can probably just talk normal. Like it's okay.
I'll meet you at the corner just down the street, and I'll name a street that's far away from the cops.
A couple of blocks away, like down in through. You would go through like a seedy neighborhood to come out to the other side where this corner is, but the cops probably wouldn't go in there out of fear of retaliation from the people that live there.
That's fair.
Yeah. So you managed to ditch the cops. At least if they were following you, you ditch them.
Cool.
And then you get to that corner, so you guys can all meet up.
So I think next we should do this again at my place.
I mean, this kind of proved that, we're being set up, because I for sure did not steal these drugs.
Yeah.
I mean, you like for real though, like you didn't like. I mean, you've never done this kind of thing before, so I mean, I believe you, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, I guess if I wouldn't, you probably didn't. Like,
Crash Cart, you did say earlier that you would have been the most likely to get your hands on these.
Yeah, so I would be the first one to be accused.
Yeah. So it is interesting that that's exactly.
Why would I bring multiple people together to help me solve a case that I started?
Why indeed?
Also, this is Millicent. She's a bit fussy. She's been eating a lot of chips.
Okay.
If you want Shambreezy, there's like it's not really like a crate. There's like a smaller cage. If you want, like, I mean, Millicent's welcome to make themselves at home in the van.
Oh no, she should probably go in the cage.
Okay.
She will start chewing wires.
Okay. There's like a little pop out cage back in the back. We'll find a little alley to pull over in.
So I still have this bag of drugs. We should probably, not get caught or anything. But
Wait, you brought it with you? I told you to lose it.
I didn't want it getting back out on the street. I don't want a kid finding a bag full of what they think is candy and ODing on a test drug.
We might be able to find something in the bag that would indicate who placed it there.
That's a good idea.
It's a good idea that we hold on to
it somewhere where, in case they tumble out, they're not in your van.
Don't let any of the animals eat the drugs.
Yeah.
I guess that was probably a better reason to put them in a cage.
I'm chewing on some of that real good eucalyptus that I normally reserve for Shambreezy. Like it helps take the edge off the mental anguish.
Where's the place that's like the cheapest where you can like rent an office or a karaoke booth or I don't know.
Oh yeah, there's definitely karaoke booth at this time. They usually shut down in the morning, but there are obviously 24-hour karaoke booths for those people that never stop partying.
Okay, so let's use that as our HQ, and we'll, and then I'll just toss off a song, briefly in the middle.
Free concert.
Just gonna go ahead and bring up some Journey. There we go.
It's a Journey remix. It's actually a punk pop rock techno remix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could rest a little bit. That'd be great.
Listen to some easy listening techno rock pump.
Yeah, you're bleeding from the ears. Do you have brain damage?
Just the one ear. It's not the worst. I've definitely had it come out of both before. Sometimes the eye, if it gets really bad.
Here, you should drink this. And I pull up
that lose blood from down there as well.
I mean, yes. That's usually like the next couple of days. That'll be something I have to deal with.
It's not psychics. That's usually an STI.
Like they call it. It's like just a little bit of jam in the lemonade, if you know what I mean. Like it's fine.
Here, drink this, and I hand you a flavored juice. It'll work you right up.
Oh, that's the blue one, flavor juice squared.
Yeah. We just got a shipment at the hospital.
So I choose some eucalyptus and eat some or drink some flavor juice squared.
Yeah, flavor juice squared.
You can really taste the blue.
And then when you say that, when you say the tagline, you can really taste the blue. Ching.
Oh hell yeah.
So I do remember I read through this, but I didn't catch it. How do you recover from backlash?
So backlash recovers sort of over time more than anything.
That's what I assumed.
Yeah, you can. I think I wrote in that you could do like energy medicine to fix it, but for the most part, it's like just stuck for time. Like you just have to wait and clear it up. Yeah. You just have to heal it with the normal natural healing process. Yep. So you're going to basically spend the rest of this particular session down a bit of hit points. But it, as you just indicated clearly, that this that's the psychic trade-off, right? Like that's how psychics work. You could,
and I imagine normally a psychic might pump points into things that would prevent that.
Yeah, I mean, you shot a bolt of lightning out of your
I
head.
didn't.
Still alive.
Oh yeah, and that is one of the more like draining moves. Like absolutely, and so.
Yeah, if you did something else, like like read their aura or tried to like astral projected or something, it might have been a little bit different.
Well, originally my plan was like to project an image of Crash Cart like running out, but then when I read more details, that's not how that works, and so but yeah.
But yeah, you guys end up finding this karaoke place that's still open, and there's like this like old Korean lady who's kind of confused by why you guys want a room so like in the middle of the morning, but whatever, she is open 24 hours, so she gives you one. It's a bigger one just because you're the only customers that she has right now, and she's sort of hoping that you'll pay a little extra. In fact, for whatever reason, you feel like she's upcharging you anyway for it, but you'll have to just pay like 50 creds an hour or something like that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did can I hire somebody to like a Google alert if the cops raid my place or John's?
Yeah.
Well, you would get a notification. You've been getting notifications anytime a warrant gets issued already.
Yeah. You get the little thing going. Plus, your place probably has some security, so the doorman might alert you as well if they've been notified that they're going to be coming in.
I'll call my door person and flirt with them for a little while and just be like, just if anybody does come there, stall for time and let me know.
Kakarot is probably in trouble.
Do we think that the only reason that the call went into the police was because they knew I was going home?
It was pretty coincidental.
This seemed like a setup.
Because if nothing's come in for you or Joe or John,
there's currently nothing for both of you. Yeah.
What if we send out a ping that says John is going to his house, and then we just wait here and listen to your scanner, which by the way is a violation, and you should probably give that back to the police.
This is journalism. It's there's a whole thing.
Also, I'd rather not. I got a pet I don't want hurt. So
you have a pet too. Everybody's got a pet.
Maybe it's a clone thing.
I mean, it could be.
I mean, I do remember as a very young child liking animals, but yeah.
So, John, are you wanting us to rescue your pet before we alert them?
I don't think Kakarot would very much like people barging into their house. No.
Okay, well, let's go rescue him and then make the tip off.
We should investigate this bag before we head out, just real quick. So you pop on. Hey, they've actually got a few of. No, you don't make any songs that people would publicly be able to download, so they probably wouldn't have your songs, would they? They got that real oldie Uptown Funk on here.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be a good one. One of those oldies. Can I search the bag for clues?
Yeah. So looking through the bag, you don't even you won't need to make a roll because it just looks like it was hastily sort of slapped together. The one thing that you notice on this particular bag, unlike the baggie that you found before that had the little pumpkin symbol on it, this is just like a bag that seems like it came from Medwire, like it's an official Medwire sealed bag.
It's swag.
No, I mean the plastic bag.
Oh,
like,
the inside, not the backpack. Okay.
Yeah, this is what you give out to like corporate sponsors and stuff.
Oh, it's the, like castle thing, that bullshit.
Yeah.
As
No,
you
the
check out and they
bag.
cripple you with a life debt, they hand you this bag as a thank you for.
There's like 70 pens in here too.
Koosh ball.
The interior bag in which the medicine is wrapped that is plot
inside
pertinent.
a sealed Medwire bag. The outside bag itself is just some random backpack, probably grabbed from somewhere for like 10 creds.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no other items at all in it.
No, there's no other items, but it is very clearly something that indicates that this is one of the shipment or some of the shipment that came from Medwire.
So what if we just put the drugs back where they belong?
A reverse heist?
You son of a bitch.
Break into the hospital and put them
back.
Then I'd have to file them and do a lot of paperwork to make sure that they're. I
Right,
think we
but
should figure out.
The problem right now is that they're out on the street killing people, and that's why. And they're coming looking for us because the drugs are missing.
Well, that's why I have these ones so that kids can't eat them, and clearly the Orange Boys are rebranding them.
Right,
Maybe
but I'm just saying, if we put them back where they belong, then they wouldn't be missing anymore.
But then that's not solving the problem. That's solving the symptom, not the problem. Because who's to say more of these don't go missing in 2 weeks?
True, but right now they're hunting us because they're saying we have the drugs. But also the other problem is right now we have the drugs.
Okay, we should find out where it's supposed to go first before we, because I don't even it wasn't supposed to go to the hospital. We just think that it went to it was filed that we thought it went to the hospital.
This is one of the stolen bags. Whoever's the inside person probably is using it to frame us.
Yeah.
And so the idea is we don't want to play their game. We want to go off the board and break their game like we're trying to do to Scott here. I think we should make it public. I think we drop off the bag in a mall or something and tip off X, Y, and Z and see what happens.
Again, that really kids might get it.
The mall seems like a weird place. I'm just I don't think they would think we would put the drugs where they belong. That just seems like.
So we bring them back to the Medwire.
We take them
facility.
to Medwire. Because they went to the wrong place at Medwire, right? Or they went missing at Medwire. But if they were there, then two things. One, they would have them, so they couldn't say we didn't. I mean, it's because they could say it, but they would have them, and so but also we wouldn't have them. So when they say that we have them, we wouldn't. We wouldn't.
They'll be like the drugs were stolen, and then we'll be like, were they? Maybe you should check again. And they're like, oh, so I misplaced them.
Turns out they were here the whole time.
Okay, so
Sorry, hold on, Dean. What are you trying to say?
What's to stop them from replanting it, though?
Absolutely nothing is what I'm saying.
But that's why it has to be public at the same time, right?
You're gonna tweet out while we're putting them
I
back.
like this.
Hey,
This is 100% endemic of
Medwire.
all the personalities of our character. My character's like, let's just put them back and help they leave us alone.
One of us sticks them on the front service desk at the hospital, behind. Somebody distracts the nurse. Then I tweet out, I just discovered that one of the missing bags of drugs is at the hospital. And then we also do a report that, I don't know, one of you was seen nearby, but that's secret. That's just we tell your gossipy friend. And so then all the bad guys might converge. And again, we do another stakeout, or I don't know what we do then, other than watch the party.
I mean, I trust the hospital implicitly. So bringing it there, I could probably get them to hold on to them.
I mean, I don't trust the hospital, but I do know right now the problem is we have the drugs. And
There's two things I trust: the hospital and every police officer. So it's got to be someone besides
two systems beyond reproach, obviously.
You just did the two things I don't trust.
But here's the thing, John. Like, do we need to go pick up Kakarot first?
I would prefer, if we're going to use my house as a staying, I'd prefer Kakarot not be there whenever they're approaching the area.
So who's the sneakiest of us that could sneak in and get whatever animal you have, whatever animal Kakarot is?
Kakarot is a fox. Thank you.
I mean, look. They basically put a thing in me, and one day when they turned around while they were pulling me out to take out some more genetic material, like I was able to go invisible and sneak off. I may be able to get in there and get the fox out.
All right,
cool. Let's do it.
Another stakeout. I'll hang out in the van this time.
Not gonna be the honeypot.
Yeah. I'm keeping the drugs, though, because I don't want the Orange Boys to steal them, rebrand them, and give them to children.
It's okay with me right now. All right, so we're gonna go to the plan is we're gonna go to John's pad. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna get the fox. Then we're gonna come out, and then we're gonna tweet out about it and see what happens.
Yeah, sounds good.
And then maybe put the drugs back.
Maybe also look for another bag of drugs in John's place, because historically speaking, that's been their MO.
Wait, another bag of drugs or another bag of these drugs?
I
judgment, John. I just need to clarify.
Oh, gee, what are you implying?
Oh, you're afraid they're going to put another of these bags at his place.
Yes. Because you guys keep telling me that if I put this bag back, the problem's solved. But a shipment went missing, not a school backpack.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Maybe when you're in there, grab that bag.
If there's a bag
of these drugs.
Because there's a good chance that they're framing Crash Cart there, that they may be doing the same since they live in a shady area. It's a good way to justify what the whole situation.
Okay, so we're gonna go. We're not gonna tweet out for. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna see if there's a bag of drugs there. I'm gonna get the fox. I'm gonna come out with the fox. Is your fox trained?
I mean, he's trained to lay down and fall asleep and run around the house.
Great. And then
how is OG gonna know it's the right fox?
I mean, I only have the one fox.
I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I'm gonna bring the fox out, and then I'm gonna look for a bag of drugs. I'm gonna get the fox.
So describe all the bags you have. He'll pick one that's not one of those.
Yeah.
And then if there's no drugs, we'll let them know we're going to his house and see what happens.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
We're all counting on you, OG. No pressure.
As he bleeds out his ear.
Yeah, show us where we came from.
Yeah, I scratched the last little bit of dry blood out of my ear. All right. So we head to John's pad.
Yeah, the lady's confused, the karaoke lady, but she's like, fine, that's cool. You guys paid for an hour anyway, so whatever, I guess.
Well, I think we rested the hour. I think that was that conversation. I needed to rest no matter what.
Yeah.
So
I got all my spells back.
I did my synth pop.
Got it. Yeah, it was a long rest. Got all our special abilities back. So I'm gonna is John, where do you live at? What kind of place is it?
Is there a name to the department? I'll name it. It's the Sunnyside Bungalow is the name of the apartment building.
Sunnyside Bungalow, Ocean Heights. That makes sense.
Yeah.
This used to be a retirement home, didn't it?
Yeah. It's not anymore.
Yep. They opened it to the public when a lot of their customers just kind of went away. They weren't getting new ones, and so people started renting at the lower levels, and then the more primo spaces. And now the building is full of non-retirees.
It was one of those things where it was like, oh, go ahead, Dean.
What do you consider retirement? If you're talking about from age? No one there is at retirement age.
Yeah. Nobody retires in this capitalist society anymore.
Nobody has jobs in this capitalist society half the time. So it was one of those things where they started out with like, oh, we've got some empty rooms. We'll just rent them out to young people because we have studies that show that's a good idea to mix young and old people. And then there was just more and more young people and less actual retirees. And so, and nobody had a job either way. All right. So I'm going to activate my stealthy camo thing and sneak in, get John's key, and sneak in to go get his fox and check things out.
So just go ahead and make a stealth roll. We'll just do 2, just to not get noticed by anyone as you go in.
2, 4. So I got 2. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You slip through. Your camouflage helps you out with that, so that would have been a 3 for most normal people, but for you it's a 2. You slip on through. No one notices you as you go in. No one notices you move around. There's even a moment where like somebody comes out of their apartment, like closes the door and they're like locking the door, and you're just kind of standing there, and they walk right past. Like at no point do they even notice that you're there.
Right. I had to like stop, but other than that,
and they just walk right by.
So, so I get in there. I just kind of. What does it look like? Does it look? I mean, I don't know how John normally keeps it.
John usually keeps it when he's not there in a somewhat spacious cage, because you can't really cage foxes. But yeah, there's a cage in his room where you can pick him up.
What does the apartment look like in general?
Okay, so sparse. He's got let's say like a lawn chair, right? And like a table that he made out of milk crates with like plywood over it, and a TV, and a fridge that has maybe like 2 beers in it, and like a thing of mustard.
How are you just saying my college apartment?
I go ahead and I pocket those beers and grab that thing of mustard and stick, like, I got two things of, like, a thing of beer in each pocket to weigh it out, right? Like in each of my robe pockets, and then the mustard in one of them. So I'm slightly off tilt, but I'm
I forgot you were Lebowskiing it.
Yeah. I do have on like good running shoes. Like that's the only part of my money, like my wardrobe I've spent any money on, is my shoes.
Like,
and so
like robe, like white shirt, pajama pants, really nice Nikes.
Yeah.
Right. I like to imagine people are just choosing to ignore you. You're not actually stealthy.
Yeah, like that, and it 100% is like that. Oh yeah, like we don't want to talk to that guy, even if they happen to see me. They're gonna avoid me.
You are wearing sunglasses that you stole off a dude who was unconscious.
Sure, I have not taken those off yet. So yeah, I do that, and then but I guess it'd be hard to tell. Is the lawn chair still standing straight up and down? Like it's not flipped over to the side?
Yeah, it's straight up and down in the best way. Like it kind of is like really badly designed anyway. Like it's probably falls down all the time, but it doesn't look like it was set, like somebody knocked it over or anything. It just seems like it's just doing its normal thing. In fact, the whole apartment is fine.
Okay, so and then I look around. There's not a lot of stuff in here. Do I find a bag filled with drugs anywhere?
No bag of any kind.
All right, cool. I look for a fox leash. Dang,
I mean,
there's not a fox leash in here.
I'm sure there's a kind of like pseudo leash thing that he's got, like a strap or something that he kind of uses to keep it under control.
I get some like fox kibble, and I'm like, hey, Kakarot, come to like Grandpa, like I don't, here, and I give him a little bit of kibble, and I like try to put the strap on him, and I mess it up the first 2 times. I have to give him a couple more pieces of kibble, and then I eventually like get him out and start like I'm gonna carry him, it doesn't work this way at all. This is not how it all works. But I do stick him like underneath my robe, because in my mind that makes it harder to see him. But it's not actually practically how it works at all. And so, and then I'm going to try to sneak out of the apartment complex.
I'm just imagining you camouflage and see people just walk by, you see like a floating fox.
Essentially, like that is, it is 100% how it is. Like, so, and then I'm going to try to sneak back out.
All right, let's see what happens.
No, I got 2 successes.
Okay. Yeah, you managed to sneak back out as well as you snuck in. Like you managed to just barely pull it off. Nobody notices you or even cares to look at you, even if they did.
That person coming back is like, is that a fox floating in the middle of the air? Man, I had a long night last night.
Right.
So yeah, get back out. I don't have like another crate in here for this fox, and I don't think we should put him with the panda. I guess we could put the fox in with Shambreezy. They probably will be fine together. Like,
are they natural friends?
I don't think that the fox is a natural prey of a sloth, but you never know.
Does Australia have foxes? I think.
So we'll put Kakarot in with Shambreezy and hope for the best.
Sometimes I just like to step back and meditate on my life, and I'm now sitting in a dirty van with my sort of dad, 2 siblings, 3 definitely illegal animals, and a bag full of drugs. Just all downhill. I started this shift so much better.
I also love the reality that I believe Kelly, right now, you as a player are sitting in a mobile housing unit. Is that correct?
Yes. Our studio is a 5th wheel out on a lawn. So just evaluating my own life.
It's just art imitating life right now, basically.
Yeah. I got some Tylenol here, so it's basically drugs.
Okay, so I got the fox out. Do we want to post a tip? Is that what we're doing?
Did you find a bag in there?
There was, by the way, I have to say, John, I've only seen one John line who keeps their apartment cleaner than yours. And they're strung out most of the time. They're tweaking most of the time. And so they're just obsessively cleaning. It's a pretty clean apartment. There was no bag. And it did not look like anyone had been here.
So the fact that there was no bag suggests to me that they move quickly. They don't need a lot of time to stash the thing, probably, because our tip. Wait,
we
either 5 minutes before you went into your place and the bag was there.
Yeah, so they either tried to pin it on me because they knew I was heading home, or specifically, as I said, I was the most likely one to have gotten these drugs.
Who was the doctor that was going to use the drug from the hospital? Is there somebody that's in charge of?
Well, again, it wasn't supposed to come to the hospital, but he just assumed that it did. So I've got I don't know who would have done this. It can't have been the cops. As I said, they're clean. All of them.
I mean, I love that you live in that place. I don't know that, there are cops that are just, they're working hard for the city, there's those good policemen of East Hyperopolis who just take pride in their job. There's some that are a little bit more they work for the corporation, and those ones
working for the corporation.
I'm nothing. If you work for the corporation, there's nothing wrong with working for the corporation. If you work for the police, there's something wrong with working for the corporation.
There's something wrong with you. Maybe we should.
Oh, I just had an idea. We could buy 3 backpacks that look identical, so we can decoy each other if we need to scatter.
Do a grifter situation.
Are they common backpacks? Could we do that?
We did figure that out, yeah. We spent the afternoon just learning how to pass backpacks back and forth very quickly.
Yeah, just handing it off. Took a class on it.
So did anyone tweeted that John was going back home? No one tweeted that?
I think we should hold that in reserve so that we could do it anywhere. It might not have to be at your house.
But we're here now.
It would test our theory, because we could potentially see somebody coming into the apartment holding a bag.
Yeah, let's post ourselves at every exit, within sight of every exit.
John, do you have a particularly narky friend that you could say you're heading home to?
I mean, no.
You know what? You know who?
Oh, good.
You know who always is like? He's always like, it's John E. Wait, that's you. Never mind.
Whoa, slip of the tongue.
John F. You know, Effer, like we call him. He's always like, he's always trying to tell other people what all the other Johns are up to. Like, he is constantly updating me on what you all are doing, and he's the only John I actually have blocked in my contacts.
Knowing John F, I completely understand why you would block him in your contacts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could slip something to John F and see what happens to that.
I was gonna say, like, in your line of work and like coming from the mean streets and stuff, like it's common that snitches get stitches. So like nobody says anything to anyone that they don't already trust.
Right.
I will say that John H does have a great voice.
Look,
yeah.
John H. Benjamin. Yeah, never mind.
It's unfortunate that I got the runner model because he got the musical career. That sounds right. He may have been in Hamilton, but that doesn't mean he's the better one.
Archer and Hamilton. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So message that narc and see if the word gets out.
Hey, you know what? Like, I'll do it. Like, this is gonna work. Hey, like, I got it. And so I'll message him and be like, hey, like, just cruised by John E.'s place and saw him outside doing like 1 million push-ups. He said there was no way that you could beat him. I think you need to go online and do, or onto Facebook and do the John Runner push-up challenge right now, and specifically call him out for talking smack about you at his apartment.
I mean, he still can't be, but even if you do challenge him to do that.
I mean, that's probably true, but see, John F is not that kind of guy. So of course he responds to that. He's like, no, really? Oh man, this guy's gonna hear about it. And then he gets onto the Facebook and starts like messaging everyone, like everyone in his contact list, being like, you know, John E called me out of his apartment. Now let's see if he could do this. And there's a video that goes with it of him doing push-ups, but you get the distinct feeling that it's edited. You know, like
he just does the one and it just plays the same thing in a loop.
It's like a loop, like a GIF, right? Yeah. So he calls you out, and so it's just a few minutes later you actually get a call, John E, on your click. Your click starts chirming that somebody's trying to contact you.
I'll answer. John here.
It's what did you say the name of the guy at the bartender was? Tony, I think is what you call him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Tony. He's like, hey, you're not at home, are you?
Yeah. What's up?
You probably want to get out of there.
What's going on, Tony?
Yeah, so there were these cops here. They were asking questions about you and the people you were talking to earlier. They were actually here just a few minutes ago, but all of a sudden they all like looked at each other and they start talking to each other, and then they all took off at the same time. I think they're coming to you because they were looking for you.
Thanks for the heads up, Tommy. I owe you 50.
Yeah, just get out of there, man.
Thanks.
I have an even bolder plan.
Do tell.
Reverse heist police evidence locker. And then I come in the front door saying I got a secret tip.
Gonna do like an Ocean's 8 kind of thing? I think we need 4 people.
So I'm the face out front.
If we get one more animal, it is 8 people.
It'd be we're the Ocean Heights 8. Like, we just need one more. If only one of us had an animal. If only one more of us had some sort of pet.
I mean, again, that's like, I feel like we should be figuring out who. I mean, is everyone on board thinking that the police were the ones that stole the shipment and are now arbitrarily trying to pin it on other people?
Yeah, no, 100%.
I was thinking,
not arbitrary, obviously. It's just us clones.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the police, but I do think it's whoever is I think the police may not. I don't think there's, like, you remember how you were talking about trusting the police earlier, and I said there's good police, and then there's police who have, they may not be so bad, but they have a conflict of interest because they may be, taking money from other places in order to do things that are not strictly per se
I'm
legal
sure
or
all of their
moral.
colleagues would call them out on it, and they would come forward with any information like
right,
that.
except for like, let's just say there's one, but he's really sneaky, and they just don't know yet.
All right, I'll live in this world
here, guys.
Yeah,
I'll live in this world that you're creating for me.
then I just think like it may be somebody who's pulling their strings. That's probably a better way to think of it. These police are good guys. There's just a system in place.
The board.
There's just a system in place that has consistently manipulated them and created a just overwhelming sense of an inability to actually change and do what's best. And they're just being manipulated by that. And they like there's somebody out there doing that to them.
I feel like there's an angle we have yet to investigate, which is the fact that these were rebranded as Orange Boy Pumpkin branded.
Oh, on a meta level, like we have not dealt with the gang, the fact that we have an NPC character that's been named WireCorp, and a whole lot of other very obvious things. Somebody earlier on Twitter proposed that there are basically two skills, F stuff up and find stuff out. And we've been using one of those skills.
I mean, that's a good two-stat tabletop game right there.
Absolutely. And so we've been making good use of one of those two skills this entire time. But anyways,
we're having chat. Do the cops ever show up?
Yeah, I mean, eventually they do show up. They show up, but they don't seem to be like. There's no like on your ban. There's no issue of arrest warrant. They just kind of show up and they start trying to, see if they can get into the place and look around. But like when they can't get in initially, they don't like kick open doors or anything. They eventually wait till one of the residents come by and they ask if they can let them in. And they're trying to make contact with a John E. runner, that kind of stuff. It seems like a really legit investigation right now.
Oh. So again, it seems. I mean, I also treated a kid that came in, so I sent them to the lab. So all things considered, the fact that John E. hasn't been planted for this really points to the fact that I think I'm the one being put up on this.
So it comes back to you again.
Well, them, and OG. Because OG, you were also said to have this in the beginning, weren't you? Started this morning.
Yeah, but like this isn't. I mean, like they're always after me.
I'm surreptitiously looking around his van now for a bag full of drugs, just in case.
I mean, it could have just been that they were investigating the van that kind of smelled like an illegal animal.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, I feel like it's a bold move for me to have stole these drugs and then teamed up with all y'all to solve the case with me.
Okay, well, let's step back from that. I believe you. Like I don't think I have it within me, so therefore it's hard for me to think that you have it within you. And so, but then the question becomes, were those drugs in your house because they wanted a patsy? Like let's take me out of the equation for a second. Let's look at why they would have done that to you. And this looks very normal police investigation-y. Yours, you said, was like stuff tossed around, like drugs planted, and then the police showed up, right? And the police just showed up here, which means whatever step it happens in between didn't happen here.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely seems like somebody realizes that these drugs are getting hot, so they had to dump it. And what better headline than Hot Clone stole drugs for reasons that we have yet to figure out, hoping that they will tell us in prison what their plans were.
Yes. Has my door person checked in?
Nope, you're fine. No call from a door person.
Okay. Well, maybe we should just go after. I mean, we could go drop off the drugs at the hospital to be safe, or we could just go hunt another lead.
Okay, so here's what we know, is that Dean wants to talk.
From my time when I worked as a corpo man, do I still have some contacts from the PD, local PD?
I mean, you kind of grew up in the mean streets. You probably know some street level cops, for the most part.
so I could, contact them and see if I can get information, which I'll bring up in the game.
Sure.
I know some boys in blue. I may be able to contact, see what I can find out.
We could just tell them we're being framed. They'll listen to us.
Totally.
Make some allies on the force.
Cross that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, like why don't you go ahead and make that call, John?
All right, I'm gonna call. Let's see. What I'll name him. I'll name them Brian. Yes, I'll call Brian.
Have you ever told you you're one of my top 10 favorite Johns?
This is Sergeant Brian Ogowitz.
Hey Brian, it's John.
John, which John? I know a lot of Johns.
John E. Runner.
Oh, John E. Hey, how's it going, John E?
Hey, I'm seeing some of your boys enter into my apartment. Do you know what's going on?
Well, I'm over on the east side right at the moment. Hold on, let me see if I can figure it out. And you hear like the sound of him the chiming in of like another click like being activated, like a police level like computer, right? And then because that goes, yeah, no, I got nothing. But they do say that you're wanted in questioning for your affiliation with a Crash Cart Kelly. Does that ring a bell?
I mean, kind of. No, I meet a lot of people with my job.
Yeah, I mean that's what it says. It says that they that you were seen at the bar with this person. There was potentially like they were there at a venue or something this evening or something. I'm not entirely sure, but that's what they're looking into. That might be why they're there at your place. You should just go talk to them. They'll probably want to know more.
Can I reach over and turn off the phone call?
I mean, it is just click, so.
What is that? A subterfuge?
I mean, it's a question of whether or not he allows you to like press his wrist, right?
That's what I was asking. Yeah.
Once. By the way, I'm hearing rumors lately about this stuff called some orange drug. You hear anything about that? I'm trying to keep it out of my bar.
Alpha Orange? Yeah, it's been getting passed around.
All right. That's it then. That's it, Brian. Appreciate the help.
Yep.
And I'll hang up the click.
It's tragic. So it's been being passed around, but we don't know by whom, other than the fact that the one that I found was branded by the Pumpkin Boys. Again, I don't know why I'm being targeted on this. I pay my taxes. I help the community. I haven't slept in 3 days.
Okay, but so who did you tell? Like who knew you could have been the one who, like, how would they know to pin this on you?
I mean, I went straight to Tom Wheatley's mom. I called his mom. His dad works at the hospital. All these threads connecting.
What does his dad do at the hospital?
What does his dad do at the hospital?
His dad actually doesn't work at the hospital per se. He works for Medwire in the research and development section.
He's in the R&D of Medwire. Why do you ask?
The research and development department?
Yeah.
Where did you say these drugs were supposed to go but didn't show up to?
The R&D of Medwire.
Oh. And he's like one of the only people who would have known that you had this stuff?
Yeah.
What about could your roommate also be involved in this?
I mean, they probably do a lot for money, so if enough money's on the table, they'd probably rat me out. But I think this is a solid lead that we should probably investigate about Tom Wheatley's dad.
Yep.
I'm assuming his name is also Tom Wheatley, considering his son is Tom Wheatley Jr.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to pay a visit to Tom Wheatley?
Yeah. Do we know where he lives? Or would I...
The Wheatley residence?
Yeah.
You wouldn't necessarily know where the Wheatley residence is, but it's probably in the Medwire files somewhere.
Okay. Actually, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call his wife on my click. So beep, beep, beep. I'm assuming I called her already.
Yeah, you had her number from before, right?
All right. So I'm going to call his wife.
Okay. Hello?
Hey, this is Dr. Cart. just following up on your son's condition. I had to step out of the hospital, but I understand that you were on your way to take care of him.
Yes, I'm here with him now.
Great, awesome. You should stay there with him. We had a issue come up regarding your husband. Let me check my files. I believe it's Tom. Is that correct?
Yes, my husband Tom.
Yeah, I'm out right now, and I need to talk to him. I was wondering where he would be right now, where I would find him. It's very important regarding your son's health.
He's currently he's checking in at the office, and then he was going to come down and visit us. So he's currently somewhere in the complex.
Okay, perfect. Well, hang tight. I'm gonna deal with this. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Beep. All right, we should go to the complex and meet with this guy.
Wheel the guzzler around and start heading towards the hospital.
Start heading toward the Medwire complex, of which one of the buildings is
the hospital. Correct. Yes. And so,
and we're gonna track this guy down. If we see him, maybe we can pull him into the van.
That was kind of my thought. And if only we had a cage that we had established was in the back of this van. But first, we're gonna have to figure out where to put these animals.
If only one of your clones was very strong to pull this man into your van.
Yeah. Let's just make kidnapping to this, shall we?
So let's go see if we can find this man.
Okay. There is a personnel file for everybody, and because you're a member of the team, and because you're currently supposedly like one of the doctors or nurses, medical professionals involved with the son, you're able to bring up the family information, so you can easily get a picture of him.
Okay.
If you if any of you guys had if you guys were technical, I would have you make like a software. Somebody could try to make a software roll to see if you can
Isn't it interesting that we played a high-tech futuristic game that is commonly associated with internet crawling, hacking, and other things like that? And we were like, you know what?
Ground level.
None of us need that. None of us need that.
I'll do intelligence, and it's like I've got 6 intelligence.
I'll try software. I'm gonna fail at it. I'll try software. A 3 to 3. Nope.
That would be 6 failures.
I got 3 successes and 1 is a 1.
So you gonna roll that one again?
Or wait, no, I just got 1 success. I think.
This is 1. Then you're gonna re-roll that, right?
Well, oh yeah, just 1. So
and then you roll that.
You could also spend your feedback to make it much more successes.
Yeah, I'll spend 1 feedback, so I got 2 successes.
Cool. Yeah. All right. So you're able to. That's a basic type of dealio. You're gonna ping his click. You know the number because you have it in his personnel files because CrashCart is able to access that. I'm just gonna double check cracking. Yeah, that seems fine. 2. So yeah, you ping it. It tells you basically where it is. You're able to get a general idea. He's inside of one of the buildings, but you guys can get close and wait outside or go in if you want.
Yeah, I think the goal is kind of position ourselves on the route between where he works and the medical building so that as he walks by, we can grab him and throw him in the van and then into the cage.
All right. So we're going to have you. Do you want to do a stealth roll or a drive roll?
Oh, I mean, I want to do a stealth roll. Always.
I'll let you do stealth.
I mean, this is absolutely like we've driven up and parked in order to position ourselves. So I do actually think it is more of a stealth thing than it is a drive thing.
I could do a bump and run where I like startle him and like try to talk to him or whatever and ask him difficult questions, which makes him run away in your direction.
Or even distracts him. You can use your celebrity status to distract him while John sneaks up and puts a bag over his head.
That sounds good. Hopefully there aren't cops waiting to arrest me.
Well, they don't know you're at the hospital.
Yeah.
Do you have any stock images of you like hanging out at a club that you can post right now?
That's a great idea.
I'm sure there's videos that you filmed that were like not so great quality that you're like, this is crap. I'm not going to put it up, but they're still like in the.
Oh, I was preparing a piece on the Alpha Orange thing before I even got there. So I have pictures from the van, where the van would have been, the river, that kind of.
Yeah, there you go.
The ocean. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
The big water.
The big water. I do position. I got 3 successes to position us stealthily.
Absolutely. So you're gonna try to distract him, is that right?
Yeah, and with subterfuge, he has a minus because of my.
-2 is like his will save or heart save.
What's
Do you
that?
have any?
Because he has a TN. He's got a -1 to his heart saves. Is that right?
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at the list of how to talk stuff. To make sure this matches one of the things. I think this is probably a con. Yeah, that's probably a con. Just to distract him, kind of feel.
Which I will say the move, the kind of 4-part move system that you put together for this is very, very comprehensive and smart, and gives a lot of clarity, I think, to players and GMs as far as how to navigate the system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I will say that wasn't originally there. It was some clever playtesters. When you have good playtesters and they give you the quality feedback, that was one of the feedback. Is like, hey, I'm just I guess I'm just not sure what I should be doing a lot of the time. If maybe you had a list of things I could do, and I was like, you're onto something there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think it feels like if you took a lot of the moves and playbooks from a PBTA system, but just made a giant list of them and then reclassified them by the type of thing anyone could do. It's like having 4 different common move lists, and it works really well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I was thinking undermine, actually, because I'm assuming he doesn't want any of this to get out.
Yeah.
And so I'm really trying to disturb him. And if I do it successfully, according to this, it where did that go?
He's got to make a heart save, or he's unable to take turns.
Yeah. Yeah. So I got 5 successes.
Oh, snap! I mean, you are. This is where your character shines, right?
Yeah.
All right. So he comes out of the building. He's heading toward the hospital, and you just catch him off guard. And what do you say to him to get those 5 successes?
I say, sir, Mr. Wheatley, I'm so sorry. I know you've had to talk so much about your poor son's situation, but there is a lot going around about gang activity. Gangsters seem to have come across some of your most recent chemical. I think they're calling it Alpha Orange. I'd just love to hear more about it if you could have a time.
And he's thrown off by that. He's like, I've no comment about any classified information with the company. It's no comment at all. He's gonna.
I'm not grabbing right now. We can talk off the record and blah blah blah.
All right, so he has his heart save, right? So his heart save is actually going to be it's going to be TN6 because of your thing. So that's what's going to happen. So he needs 6 hits. I'm rolling 6 dice. He's got to get a hit on all of it. See what happens. Wow. Okay, so just to let you guys know, I got a 1. I'm gonna reroll that. That's 2 hits. But otherwise, he got a 4, a 5, a 6, a 6, and a 6. So nice. He does not make that save. So he's just completely thrown off and caught off guard by what you're saying. He stumbles over himself. He kind of admits that, the shipment was lost or something, and he gives away too much information and too much that the corporate would allow. Right, the corporate office would not allow him to give away as much information. But he's otherwise unable to do things as far as if we were in turn order. 2 turns he can't do anything, which means that if in fact OG is going to be sneaking up on him to put a bag over him.
I think we actually have John sneaking up.
Okay, John sneaking up on him.
I got us into position, so that John just has to basically pop out of the back of the van and pull him in.
So John doesn't need to make any kind of stealth roll because he's just completely caught off guard and not noticing the person coming up behind him because he can't do anything for 2 turns. So, John, if you want to make just a brawl roll, you just need a hit because this guy's completely distracted. You will grab him.
All right.
Do you have a bag that's not the one full of drugs in your van?
I mean, you could take the inner bag out and then just have the.
Oh, I also had. I mean, yeah, I certainly had old eucalyptus leaf bags, Value Mart bags,
wrap people bags.
I had a laundry bag. It's not, I have my informal robe.
Yeah, right.
Could be used as a bag.
Yeah.
I'm going to use one of the bags. I'm just going to go ahead and roll that real quick.
Go for it.
I got a 2 in total, like 2.
2 hits?
Yeah, 2 hits.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. So you come up behind him, bag over him, yank him into the van. He's got no clue what's going on. You knock him right off his feet, and he's pulled into your van.
And make sure, of course, to close the door so that.
Right.
Also, leave the door open. Yeah, just ignore the guy with the bag on his head.
Yeah, the door closed. What the rest of you guys do?
We get in the van and get the hell out of here, right?
Yeah, we drive to the other parking lot.
Very non. You don't drive you don't peel out of there like they do in the movies, because then everyone would know something just happened. You just drive normally away.
Yeah. I say with a gruff voice, keep driving. They won't be able to track us if you keep driving.
And we'll just weave through the neighborhood and then weave our way back.
We'll talk to him while you're driving. Mr. Wheatley, we know that you're involved in the missing drugs. What do you have to say for yourself?
Oh man,
he suffocates in this bag.
Fine. So I just had to make a will save or another heart save against your trying to break free of this thing. But you guys have him completely shaken. He had no hits, so he's just I don't know anything. I just know that we were supposed to give the drugs over to the gang. That's all I know.
Well, that's more information than you should have had. So you just confessed then.
Please don't arrest me. My kid's in the hospital.
We're doing voices. What? I mean, yeah. What is? Who told you that?
My boss. My boss told me that it was sanctioned. I promise.
What's your boss's name?
Oh man, I didn't write that down.
Oh, sorry. What?
Tom Wright. Tom Wright. It's also Tom. We're the Toms.
Would I recognize this name as the person that runs R&D?
Yeah, he's the vice president of R&D.
Yes, the old adage from the 90s and 2000s. Toms, when you buy one, someone else gets one.
It's the Toms and the Johns. He's a line of Tom clones.
It's like Pringles, can't just have one.
All right, Tom Wheatley. We're on your side here, and we want to help you. Do you have any evidence that would put other Tom as the mastermind of this activity?
No. They've been trying to frame someone else. The gang realized the drugs are bad, and they were turning on us. And
drugs are bad. Stay clean.
Hold up. I don't care if you're going to throw a PSA in the middle of the interrogation.
Yes, I am a good doctor.
But there's others, but there's no evidence that Tom or I are involved. There's no evidence, but that's what it is.
I mean, that's the wrong answer. We're driving out into the middle of nowhere, and it'd be hard for people to find you if you don't come up with some evidence.
Listen, I know
you zoom out of the car real quick, and I'm just pulling back and forth through the lanes in the parking lot, looking for a spot to park.
It's getting real. We're getting real out of town. People. No one comes out here.
Listen, I know. Don't kill me. I know your boss. It's fine. Just tell him. Just tell Jack that it's me. It's Tom. We'll get this worked out.
Wait, you don't know who I am?
Well, you're with the Orange Boys, right? You're with the Orange Boys.
Correct. So Jack would know. Jack might have some evidence.
Yeah, Jack knows everything. He would have the shipment information. He would know where we were supposed to drop with him. He would be the ones that would have the information on Tom or me even.
All right. Jack. You're saying some real good words. My compatriot has taking us pretty far out of town, and we're gonna kick you out, and you're not gonna tell anyone. All right?
I have a great idea. I give everybody like a wave. He's still got a bag on his head, yeah?
Yeah.
So I give everybody a wave and I tell you to stop, like with my eyebrows or whatever. And then,
I point at my click.
I send everybody out of the back of the van, and you guys make noise like you're doing something important. And then I slowly open the van door and I get in there and I whisper and I go, "I'm a friend. I'm gonna get you out of here."
I don't know how we're gonna bury him. This ground out here is just covered in refuse and dirt. We should just toss him in the junk.
So I'm like, "Stay calm. I'm gonna try to get you out of here."
I can't wait to pee on his dead body. Because that's what I like.
I'm going to pop out my mag and then make the clicking noise off my gun and make the bullet come out just to make it sound like I'm loading it. You just put the bullet back in.
That's good. Shoot him in the head.
After you shoot him a couple other places.
Yeah, in the knees.
So I have some friends that can get you out of this. But in order for us to do that, we need to know where you meet with Jack and how we can set up a meeting with him.
I can't wait to feed his toes to that fox.
I don't know, Gary. I think that's pretty. You should just eat them yourself. I hear that these R&D guys are chock full of delicious vitamins. You know, MedWire makes a quality product that will pep you right up.
Grass-fed and everything.
Even murderers love flavor juice.
I hear that's how they get the red flavor juice extra red.
So thanks for both of you. And you get that message saying, "Thank you for being a new promoter." Oh, yes. Yes. So he just sort of reaches his wrist out and he goes, take the click. It's on there. Oh, it's all there.
Okay, I just need to record your voice saying like, they know, help, they're gonna let me out in this one place at X time. Can you do that?
They know they're gonna let me out at this one place at X time.
Rachel, are you done pulling out his toenails?
Right place and time. Sorry.
Are you done breaking all of his teeth in there?
And then I'll slowly open the van door and close it again. And I'll say, "Hey guys, make a bunch of fighty noises. And then when you come back in, we're just cops and we're quiet, all right?"
All right. We are in the middle of the parking lot, so don't! It's the feds. Run! They got me. Oh man, I'm going. Tell my wife and kids I love them. Crime was a bad idea. I should have stuck to more admirable jobs and worked for a corporation.
Hit! Oh my gosh! The handsome cop in the bathrobe took me out in one shot. I'm slowly bleeding to death.
So
he looks like he probably has a lot of genetic potential.
So you guys pile into the front and peel out, and I'll be in the back helping this guy calm down.
Oh, that thought. This guy with the scar sure looks tough. Please don't hit me.
Come back in. Yeah, code 54. We got the bad guys and they are all dead in the middle of this junkyard. We will be coming back to HQ. We have the target. We'll be keeping the bag on their head.
Beep boop beep boop.
Right, Detective Robot.
Somebody's gonna have to roll subterfuge for all of that. Somebody's gonna have to roll that.
I mean,
do it.
we all know who was leading the centrifuge charge. We were just
yeah, backing her up.
Okay, 1, 2, 3,
What?
4.
If anything, you got to take away a dice for that.
Got 5 again.
Oh man.
I was saying, I assisted the roll, but that seems pointless.
Yeah. Smokes it. Yeah, you guys are. And while you are all individually not believable, just the chaos of it all just is so super believable.
It's really
And
just the
to
terror
point
of
where he
like.
doesn't even wonder why we haven't taken the bag off his head yet.
Yeah, and to be fair, Crash Cart's like imitation of police calling it in. That's like what a corporate person might think the cops would sound like when they call it in. So he believes that even more because it's exactly what he expects cops to say.
Yeah.
I'm gonna whisper to OG. Can you like erase people's minds at all?
Can I erase people's minds? That's a good question. Hold on real quick.
So they're whispering up front, and I send my secret message to my contact with the guy's voice.
Hey, I do love right now. I just want you guys to know, and this would be totally an OG thing to not bring up. I can just read people's minds. I do want you guys.
He can.
To
Just read people's
He's on top of this whole thing.
I also might kill myself, but I mean, I can't do it.
Oh, if you fail a roll.
No, he's got backlash.
No,
for it,
backlash.
right?
So I take damage. So like I took 5 damage when I did that thing. Reading somebody's mind is equally hard. And so yeah, there's a chance I could just die. But I mean, I could whisper the details at the last minute.
Guys, I cracked the case. How? Doesn't matter.
So as you're calling it in, we should just keep driving around the parking lot for a little bit.
Right.
Oh no, we'll head towards where he told me.
Oh, okay, sounds good. Where we're gonna drop him off?
Right, at some random location that you predetermined when you had him say it out loud.
Yeah, someplace where they've met before.
Yeah.
So hot dog stand or
some district, some like area nearby where like there's just a bunch of seedy behavior, like a bunch of stalls and stuff, and underground deals and shady business.
I'll throw in some believable banter. I got one more day left on the forest. I'm retiring tomorrow.
I know, just one more day.
Detective Robot, you can talk.
I figured with one day left, I would finally let you know that they gave me that upgrade I've been wanting forever.
I love you, Detective Robot. I've always wanted to tell you that.
Do we have any homing devices that we could stash in the bag?
I got nothing.
So I think we have earned enough sponsorship credits that theoretically, potentially in this area, we could buy an RFID chip that potentially could be used that way.
Yeah.
Cool.
How much are they?
What do we put in the bag that's heavy enough and that, like, in case they look in the back?
Eucalyptus, for sure.
Whoa. That eucalyptus is a pretty penny. I mean, I live in this van. There is plenty of stuff in here that is like if you just want an item of a certain weight, you can take.
Yeah, there's probably like 1 or 2 bricks that he puts behind the wheels to make sure that the van doesn't roll downhill.
There's also just like my cyber blender that you can like put in there. My hop, whatever.
I mean, if we could also put a grenade in the bag so that if someone opens it, it pulls the pin and blows up.
I was thinking about
do that. Do you have a grenade?
No, but if we can buy an RFID chip, we could probably buy a grenade.
Well, let's clarify. I don't know how this cyber world works, but one of those things is theoretically a lot less dangerous than the other.
Yeah.
Oh, grenades are 1,000. Never mind.
You could buy a grenade. You have to, find a shady dealer, get some contacts. You could probably buy one for, or buy a set of them for 1,000. RFID chips, though, you just have to walk into like the local electronic shop and you could buy some RFID chip.
Cool.
Space Radio Shack.
So we stick one in the bag and then make it look like the drug bag.
Since it is the drug bag.
Yeah.
I mean, why don't we just put the drugs in there if we're tracking them anyways, and we can steal the drugs back?
I thought you didn't want kids to get the drugs.
Yeah, we don't want kids to get these drugs.
But we're giving it to an adult, and we know where the drugs are.
I feel like they could get swapped. I mean, we have 5 identical backpacks. They could get swapped at any time.
I like that we bought those and never actually used them. All right, so put this blender in here.
So our invisible guy can walk what's his name down, take the bag off, put the backpack on him first, I guess. and then just say, talk to this Jack guy and tell him that you want out.
Yeah, sounds good. That's definitely something the cops would do.
And and I tell him we'll be monitoring the whole time. You'll be perfectly safe. It's not true.
Officer Robot will be right next to you the entire time.
Yeah.
And we give him the blender and say, you just carry him with you. Googly eyes we've stuck on it.
He's the best robot on the force. He's got 1,000 confirmed kills under his belt.
Dark.
All right. This plan arguably can't fail.
Yes. So how does it turn out?
So to be clear, you guys want to send Tom out with a bag that presumably has the drugs or maybe not, but you have an RFID chip in the bag either way, as well as potentially a googly-eyed blender to send him to the place where he meets up with Jack and tell Jack that he wants out, that they want no more of this business.
But as the combat expert of the group, am going to tail him stealthily also too.
Stealthily, yeah.
And also that way I can keep up the detective robot voice the entire time.
And then so the rest of you are going to follow behind in like the guzzler or something and try to keep up, or just stay where you are.
Yeah, I can drive the guzzler and the two of you can be muscle if need be.
Sounds good.
Since one of them is actually muscle.
Yeah.
Can't fail.
All right, so that goes off okay. He's completely thrown off. Like, he's just all of this distraction, all of these things. Like, he just kind of has no idea what's going on. And when you like unveil you just pull the thing off. He's nearby where he knows the kind of a general area that he's aware of, right? He's like, he's blinking and he looks at you, and you're kind of hard to see. So what do you say to him?
Here, take Dr. Robot. Dr. Robot. Sorry, he's also a doctor. Dr. Officer Robot.
Dr. Officer Robot?
Dr. Officer Robot. Most kills, highest trained detective on the force. He's basically the Sherlock Holmes of East Hyperopolis.
With a lot of 3s and some 6s and a 4, he does not have any hits on his saves. So he's just okay, yes, of course, Detective Officer Robot, Detective.
Just tell him he's there. Just tell him he's there to protect you, and that you're out. And don't worry.
Yes, officer. Thank you for saving my life.
This poor man's kid almost died, by the way. Just in case you guys needed to remember that.
And he might die also too, because we're sending him in to talk to a horrible gang member and say that he's out.
We are selling him out to drug dealers. Let's see what happens.
And we've established the weapon that I have is a pea shooter.
So he starts heading out and down, and he just goes down a normal. It's like a long walk. Like, you feel like he probably takes like a car or like a taxi or something. But he walks for a bit, and then he like goes over kind of off the freeway, as it were. Like, there's kind of like a little bit of a roadway. He goes down into this sort of run down neighborhood that's like really run down. But as you guys see him go down toward that, it becomes pretty obvious where he's gone, as there are a lot of pumpkin motifs like spray painted on stuff. So he's clearly entered the territory for these particular guys, the Orange Boys. And you start seeing things like OB and like, stuff like that written on just everything.
Seems like a kind of thing, if we had been inclined to it all, we probably could have discovered this place.
If you had asked around, looked around, maybe, yeah, for sure. This is definitely their territory. But he eventually rolls up to what appears to be a one-story building. You're pretty sure that he's gone to the right place, because there's a bunch of motorcycles or like these sort of hover bikes that they're hover bikes, but they seem to be like they've been modified so the hover function doesn't work anymore. Or like these guys, like they have this like old school thing where they ride on the ground. They've turned them into grounders. But my camera's all wonky. There we go. Stay. So anyway, but it's there. It's definitely their clubhouse. There's like 6 bikes outside. There's 3 guys standing out there. They seem to be human. There are no robots here, but they are humanoid, and they are wearing the same vests and stuff. In fact, one of them is, from what you can see, through like the clicks and stuff. John, this is one of them is one of the guys that you tussled with, not the one you tussled with, but one of the others.
Oh, I remember that pumpkin over there from a gig I had the other night.
It's a good thing we're laying low.
Yeah, gotta watch out. He's a violent one.
So why don't you, not you, but OG roll the stealth for me to not be seen as you kind of get up to all this. Like you're not going to walk in, obviously, but I mean, like when you get closer, because you're in their territory.
Yeah. 2, 3, 4.
3, 4. Yeah, three is sufficient. Because you have that thing again. Remember, you get that knock it down. Yeah. So yeah, so yeah, you're fine. Yeah, you totally are like invisible, as it were. Like you're moving in a way that just sort of matches like the way that shadows work and lights and stuff. You're totally unseen. Yeah, very very good at this job of like sneaking around. No,
that's what I do.
You can see you get the good visual on the 3 guys. They're humanish, like I said. They don't seem to, they have augments obviously, but they don't seem to be like, they're not robots in disguise, right? You can tell that they're not Transformers or Decepticons or anything. They're definitely humanoid, and inside you can hear music and stuff. So there's obviously people inside. You just don't know how many there are. There are only 6 bikes out here.
And he went inside.
He walks up to the 3, and they look at each other. One of them sort of pushes him a bit, and then they all laugh. And then one guy bangs on the door, and it opens from the inside. There's obviously someone on the other side of that door, and then he kind of walks in timidly.
And there's 3 guys between me and the door.
Mm-hmm.
How close are these hover bikes to them?
Relatively close, but not like within near distance. This is the remote distance here. So they're near distance, but they're not close. So they couldn't just jump on them. They have to move to them first, and then they can try to jump on them.
Cool.
Yeah.
I push over all the hover bikes.
All right. Yeah, that's no problem. I mean, I assume you have at least 1 in strength, so you can easily push over a thing.
I do have at least 1 in strength.
So yeah, you push over 1 bike, which causes like a domino effect. You know, they all go down. And as they're going down, all 3 of the guys are like, oh shit, oh, and they like go running to try to catch them. One tries to catch you, gets smashed. His leg gets kind of smashed by the last bike. But they're all sort of caught up in that.
That turned out better than I could have possibly imagined. And then yeah, I walk up to the door, and oh my gosh, all the bikes fell over when I open it up, and then leave it open for a second to see if anybody comes running out.
Yeah, let's go ahead and find out how many guys roll that. 4 guys come rolling out of the place. Because that's what the D6 decided was the number of guys that came out of the place.
Excellent. A couple beats after the 4th guy runs out, and it doesn't seem like there's anybody else coming. I step inside.
Right. So inside,
I'm just like I'm live texting some like them. Hey, I knocked over a bunch of bikes. I think I broke a guy's leg, and I'm inside now. Just
we're pretty close. Just leave your click open.
Just make sure everyone's muted so you don't get heard.
Yeah.
So going inside, you find a bunch of broken seating, and just like a cheap bar, like a sunken couch, like a bunch of chairs that are like all supposed to be 4 legs, but there are 3, like that kind of thing, leaning against stuff. A pool table that has definitely seen better days. But on every surface, there's like the telltale sign of like snortable drugs, right? And there's like some clusters of pills here and there. And there are also other people in the room. There are 3 what appear to be bikers who are definitely not all there mentally at the moment.
Excellent.
And then there are 5 other people that appear to be random civilians that are there for enjoyment, as it were. They're just kind of hanging out. They're all, in various. Their clothing definitely makes it seem like they're there for reasons, right? That's the feeling you get from their being there. And in the center of the room, awkwardly standing.
So you're saying they're also wearing pajamas?
They are wearing pajamas. Yes, we'll say if being nude is pajamas in some cases, right? So that's how it is. And in standing awkwardly in the center of the room is your man Tom, who's like really uneasy in this place, very clearly.
Cool.
There's another room off from here. You can tell that this particular section is a very small portion of the building. There's another larger portion beyond, but that door is closed. but that's what he's standing near.
There's some people in here. Some of them are intoxicated. Some of them are probably going to be intoxicated. Some of them are also wearing pajamas in quotation marks.
So they're not even trying to make a front, it sounds like.
I mean, I imagine a lot of people don't come in here into their whole zone too frequently. I feel like they kind of feel comfortable.
I tie up I bring my bathrobe to the front and I tie it off so that I'm just in my mind I'm going into whatever the cyberpunk equivalent of Hugh Hefner mode is, where I'm like just make it look like you belong here, and this was all intentional.
Aren't you still invisible?
Well, so that's not exactly like it is like partial camouflage, but it's like in and out
darkness.
And so like it's like making sure that when I'm seen, I am not somebody you care that they're there.
Has Tom and Jack hooked up yet?
Not yet.
Whatever.
I don't know what the two people in the corner's name are, but the Tom that came with us has not.
Keep an eye on Tom and Dr. Professor Robot.
Yes,
Dr. Professor Robot is keeping his cool.
Detective Professor Dr. Robot.
From the local all boys school.
Professor. He went to a lot of college for that.
Yeah. PhMD.
Esquire.
Yeah.
So after a moment, the door to that door to the other section of the building opens up, and out steps a very glossy looking but very hard looking Johnny Z.
God, son.
Wait, John Easy? That like from the next set of Johns?
John Z, the Z level of
but
the John.
But he goes by Easy.
He goes by Jack.
So he goes by Jack. And so I see this green-eyed individual. What's different about? I'm gonna reverse GM you. What's different about this John?
So John Z has long hair and he's got tattoos all over his like torso, of various different like Halloween motifs and like pumpkins and stuff.
I turned to Sonny and Johnny and I said, "Do you think he calls him? Do you think it's Jack because Jack O'Lantern?"
I mean, knowing Z, it's possible. It really, he's the last in the line. A lot to compensate for. It's possible.
I mean, their marketing is so obvious. Like it would stand to reason.
Jack Skellington, maybe.
Yeah.
See, no, that's a smart idea. That's the problem here. That's the smart idea.
Yeah, it's got to be Jack O'Lantern.
Do you think that
Jack on the nose?
Do you think that he would respond well to meeting his dad? Is that an angle, or do we keep up with the trade-off?
That's a good question. Have I met John Z before, or do I just know of John Z? Like John Z.
Know that John Z exists, and the moment that he steps out, you can see the resemblance. He looks a lot like John E. He looks a lot like you. All of the same features: the green eyes, the dark hair.
More tough, but long, dark hair, tattoos all over the body. Halloween fetish. And so, all right.
I think that the John Runner initiative was pretty bad. I think. No offense, Johnny, but the outcome seems to be pretty poor based on just this day alone.
Here's the interesting thing: all the Val Johns, phenomenal.
Yeah. They should have made a John Runner that was in charge of just like looking for robots that were pretending to be humans. I think that's a good John Runner.
Yeah.
Maybe some kind of like situation where they're trying to pretend to be humans, but that's because they're trying not to be killed. That kind of thing.
Yeah, right.
Make like a test that the John Runners would use.
Yeah, it's something really inconsequential that really shows that they're actually, not human.
Yeah.
Robots. Yeah.
This is good. We should write the script after this whole thing's done.
It's what we retire to. So I kind of work my way closer to them. Like I'm gonna walk over to the bar and see what's there to be seen. To kind of position myself.
You want to be seen, or you don't want to be seen?
I don't want to draw attention to myself, but I'm trying to move closer to where they are in a way that if I am seen, it seems normal and natural.
This is going to be an opposed roll, so you're going to make a stealth roll, though, and he's going to make a search roll to see if he notices you.
You gotta pick up an unfinished drink off a table.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually,
And when they start, you just go like, "How about that weather?"
Yeah. Steal one of their jackets off of one of the drunk people so that you look like.
I also rolled a 4.
Okay, well that's fine. Then what you wanted to have happen happens, where you're like, you're not necessarily being noticed, but you're not being unnoticed. So if you do get noticed, it seems like you've always been there.
Okay.
Kind of. So it's like casual enough,
Yeah, I flew casual.
Yeah.
He's focused on Tom, so he's just kind of like, what's going on? What's all this about? And now I'm gonna have a GM talks to himself moment.
Yeah, go ahead. Some of my favorites.
Yeah. So I'm out. We're all out here. We're done. You're done with what? We're done with the whole giving drugs and stuff for you guys to sell. I mean, your drugs were bad. They got a bunch of people killed. I mean, what were you guys trying to do? Trying to kill off people with these really bad drugs that were causing them to go psychic? Is that what your plan was? And Tom, he just goes, I don't know anything about that. You better know something about that, Tom. Like, you're the one who were developing them. So if you guys were developing them, why would you give us drugs that would kill kids and then make them psychic? And Tom says,
psychics. So my character has enough knowledge to essentially understand what's been going on here. Also, which was from a player perspective was kind of what I was assuming might be the case. Oh, that'll kill me.
I got it, guys.
I'm still live tweeting this to everybody.
I mean, I think we can hear the conversation if you've got your click open.
Doesn't matter. I don't OG doesn't spend enough time with people to consider that he doesn't have to message them, and so.
Bleep. No. Okay. The notifications keep covering up.
I want to. Oh, dang it. Does he seem like he's getting upset?
Yeah. So John Z is a little upset about what's going on here. He wants to know why Tom is there. Tom is like trying to say he's out, but like he's not explaining like why they're out or how they're out, because what it looks like is the corporation is burning the gang, and the gang is now confronting like their man about it. And so that's what sort of
what I wanted.
Yeah.
Just sit and watch the chaos.
The only problem is I don't have grenades in here with me. Yeah. So I think we don't have to hear you. We don't have to hear you talk to yourself through the entire conversation. But I also don't know that my character is potentially capable of doing anything other than like killing John Z and potentially dying at the same time right now. Which isn't a good look. Actually, you know what? Well, I've got what you call it. I can survive this.
Heck yeah.
While they're having this conversation, I am going to telepathy John. To get his and I'm looking for where the drugs are. I'm trying to pull out basically what the master plan is here. So I brace myself against the bar.
Okay.
I grab my 6 dice. And my target number is 4. My skill is 3. I've got 2. I guess I really want to pass this so I don't have to use it to. Do you take backlash? You take backlash no matter what, right?
Correct.
That sucks.
Man's head explodes.
I got 3 1, so that's good. I also got a 3, so we're at 4 already. We're at 5 now. We're at 6 now. We're at 7 successes.
Jesus.
So also his brain and mine are technically the same. I'm going to go ahead and point that out.
Yeah. So because of you had 7 hits, right? So he's got to make a mind save to sort of like not let you into his brain, but he has to get more. He has to get 7 or more hits to keep you out of his mind on a mind save.
Okay.
That's what you just did. So let's see if he can do it. He's rolling 6 dice because that's how the NPCs work, and then the target, they have a difficulty rating, and that's what their number is on the die. So he's gonna try to get 7 hits. He is a TN5, so we'll see what happens. No, that is only 3 hits. So he does not keep you out of his mind. You just like go right in, walk over his brain, and you get inside.
Okay. I'm live tweeting it the whole time, everything I'm discovering. I'm just kidding.
I see that the other members of the John line also have problems making decent rolls.
Yeah, so you go into his mind and you're looking to find out what's the master plan with the drugs and the drug deal and all that stuff.
Yeah, specifically, where are they? Like, I'm trying to extricate us from this situation. So I need the details of where are the drugs? What is the distribution plan for the drugs? And yeah, essentially what is the plan to the point where I could then potentially walk out the door in a little bit and be like, all right, here's where they're at. We just need to call the cops and tell them, because you can trust cops, and tell them here's where the drugs are.
So they recently got a whole giant shipment, and this is the shipment that that they realized was like, because the previous shipment is when they realized they were bad, but they got this recent shipment and they were distributing the previous shipment and discovered something was up. The shipment is actually being sorted in the back area by other John Z, unregistered John Z clones.
Clones of my clone or clones of me?
Clones of your clone.
These are multiplicities.
How dare he?
No.
And they're in there. They're counting and sorting them right now. In the back, there's a good like 20,000 creds worth of these.
I thought you were going to say 20,000 John Z's.
Well, there's only a number of John Z's equal to that for 8 John Z's in the back.
Okay.
Does an alt text does the guy? Can you tell if the guy has any police?
Well, hold on. Actually, before I text anybody, we have to do something else. We have to deal with backlash. So, like, this is happening. I have this information. You guys, as our audience, has this information. Whether anybody else gets this information is absolutely going to matter on whether or not I survive this.
Before you make the roll, I will say the last thing that you do know is that they're actually not sure they should distribute them because this kid was not the only person who reacted badly to this.
So they're not looking to.
They're not
looking
sure
to kill
if
people.
They want the money, obviously.
Right.
But on the same side, they don't want a bunch of people to die because then no one will come buy drugs from them.
They're like Heisenberg. They're technically doing something bad, but they're doing it for the right reasons. Money.
An interesting take on Heisenberg, but yes. Cool. So it's 7. I'm going to roll my crappy mind soak. Sweet. Hey! Well, the good news is I rolled 3 successes out of the 3 successes I could have rolled. Now, can I go ahead and use feedback to further limit that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
I'm going to do that because I have 2. I have just the 2 right in my tank, right? So yes, I'm going to eliminate 5 of the damage, which means that just a little bit of blood comes out my nose. Yeah, and so.
So you managed to take that one fine. You walked into his brain pretty strongly. Like your mind was able to push that into his, and then you were able to just keep that damage away.
So then I like sneeze and a bunch of blood hits the counter, and I type out all the information I just got. Do all of you, which I do have to type these ones because it was all brain stuff. So
yeah. So do we want to break into the back and take out the Johns, or like why are they still organizing it if they don't want to sell it?
Did I get any sense while I was in his brain about, is there like a disagreement amongst the Council of Z's?
They're sort of torn. They're actually all 9 John Z's are torn, right? So they all have like a half mind about it because they all agree that they need the money or they want the money, but then they also all agree that like they're not sure if these people who died from it are just flukes. They all were fairly like young or weak people. So there's a possibility that a stronger person might be able to take this drug. But the question is, if the side effects are to sort of produce semi-psychic effects, then are they just creating a whole lot of psychics out there? And if a bunch of spikes are running wild in their territories, well, then what do they do about that?
Okay, I got a real, I'm going to pull a Sony. I got a real bold idea. What if you, Sony, walk in there and tell the John Z's that their plan is flawed because they're not going to make as much money as they hope. But if you take the drugs and rebrand them, you can sell them for more and then loop them in for the money that you make.
That's a cool idea, but I need an in. There needs to be an excuse for me to go into their lair.
We got a John. We could dress him up like a. Can we dress him up like a John Z? Like convincingly.
I mean, he's got a scar on his eye, and he doesn't have any body tattoos that match the tattoos of the John Z line.
All he needs is a shirt.
One to
Also,
put
hair
him.
really short.
He's a fresh John Z. They just fresh out of the factory.
Just popped this one out.
I was just gonna like do a news report from the van and have the cops show up.
You know, that's probably better, to be honest. If I'm speaking my truth, that's a better idea.
It is a better idea. I think what we should decide is this. Do we want to confront this directly as, like, this is a meta conversation. We want to confront this directly as players, right? Or do we want to cleverly sidestep conflict and potentially have this get wrapped up by the police, who also might be in the pocket of a corporation, some of them, and therefore not actually do the thing, but we can try.
I mean, can we fit all of these drugs in your van?
I mean, I would assume.
I mean,
we already got red panda, fox, and stuff in here. Humans,
right? Like we don't want to help the big boss, or.
I mean, Tom is in there, so if the cops come, then it'll get back to R&D, and I can possibly like put it up the line that, man, Tom's boss sure is shady. I mean, it seems like unlikely that this would have happened in this day and age of tracking and whatnot, unless someone was on the take. So we could get both Tom and his boss fired, as well as breaking up this John Z. And as everybody knows, we can fully 100% trust the cops. But right. in the fantasy realm that we can't, we're here to put them on blast. We'll keep tracks on how they treat this situation. And you, as a world-renowned journalist, can call this band of cops out if they start pocketing some of these drugs.
Oh, so play it sort of halfway, where I just get some video of the place itself, tip the cops that the drugs are in the building, but don't actually show myself to the bad guys.
Yeah. Can we get, maybe we could get OG to sneak into the back, leave his clip there recording, and we'll come back once the whole place is raided.
Yes.
So just to make sure the cops are on the level.
Yes.
So I can't hear any of this because you guys are muted. I think did I get any sense that from what I know from Crash Cart's information about the drugs, and from what I learned from Z's mind is Alpha Orange, right? Now I see where we're at. Does Alpha Orange, is it a more potent and therefore deadly version of Beta Red, or is it a weaker and contaminated version of Beta Red?
So it seems to be a different, more potent form. Like it does the brain activity from the kid. Now that might be something that you're thinking of, that probably signifies that it causes psychics every time, versus like 1% of the population that takes Beta Reds becomes psychic. This is a different situation.
But my assumption would be that everybody, even if it works, you're going to be incapacitated for a period of time.
Yeah.
It kills you and then makes you a psychic, is what we learned.
Yeah.
So you're dead, but you're psychic.
Well, it could kill you.
Yeah, it's a weak. Like if you're weak, if you're stronger, you might not die, right?
So theoretically, if we popped one of these bad boys,
theoretically, if y'all popped one of these bad boys, you guys also have an established genetic disposition towards potentially becoming psychic, which is 100% where my character is mentally headed right now. So,
I'm gonna make a bunch of my clones psychic.
I 100% have a plan that unless you guys stop me, my character is about to interact.
I love a wild plan.
Yeah, we're too busy having our
Having
discussion.
your conversation. I slowly move up alongside Z and then turn off my active camouflage, and all of a sudden we see a close pan in as he looks in my eyes and I look in his identical eyes, and all of a sudden a vague sense of recognition hits him, but I'll let the GM respond beyond that weird cinematic.
Yeah, he's like, wait, no, are you the original?
He showed himself? What the fuck? We were just talking about a plan.
I know you get the messages, right? So you know that we've been running around, or that I've been running around all day dodging cops because of this.
Yeah.
Wait, he actively sends out messages to all of them? This guy was working us the whole time.
We established this early on that
No, this is what I'm saying.
Oh, that you didn't know. You didn't know. Okay, you didn't know that because you and I know each other. Gotcha.
Our minds are being blown in the pan.
I knew you were talking to Crash Cart. I didn't know you were talking to Sonny there. So I was like,
Okay, great. Here's the deal. Like, I know you're worried. I know that you're scared, and I'm your do you have a thing you call it? Like, I know like donor just sounds so impersonal. Like I'm your you're your patron. Somebody said earlier. That sounds pretty. Like, does that sound good to you?
Template is what we use.
Template. Okay, like I'm your template, which doesn't I understand this is your place. Here's the deal. After your genetic material was pulled from my body, after all the Z line, as you know, was finished, they just started dosing me with higher and higher amounts of beta red, and it took a long time, but eventually, like, it clicked over. Like, here's the deal. Like, I know you're worried. I know you're scared. I know you don't want a bunch of like psychs figured out, but here's the thing. There's money to be made here. Like, you have something that will turn the strong psychic. And here's the thing I know about the John line. The John line is strong. Like, there are 9 of you here. 9 of you who could not only be physically strong.
Stop him.
I think
but could be mentally strong if you're willing to take that leap.
I think you should call the cops on our dad right now.
We can't let him get caught. We'll all go down.
So you say that if we take this drug, then we could be stronger than we are?
If you take this drug, you will be stronger than you are.
Guys, I think he's becoming our nemesis.
I think he thinks he can make them all get high all at once.
Oh, like they'll all die. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, you're right.
Party? Is he planning a party?
Or this is going to turn out horribly, and they're all going to get psychic powers. So
then he kind of looks back, and he kind of does like a gesture, not sure about, and one other that looks a lot like him but wearing a face mask. It comes out, all the same tattoos and everything, and he's like, he takes a bag from him and he goes, "Well, you try it first."
I already have psychic powers. Like, I'm not you.
He's also probably got a huge not immunity, but like tolerance to it.
I'm the template. I can use, like, I know all the things I just told you, like, because I have psychic powers. Like, there's no advantage to me taking it.
So then he looks at the other one and he's like, well, they like look at each other. They have this kind of like moment, and the one just goes, see what happens. But if I die, another one takes over.
I will return stronger.
Old. These guys are committed.
Yeah. So he gets 3 hits on his body save. So what happens is he takes the drug and he slams it back. And you just see him swallow it, just dry swallow it, no water, no need. Right? And he just stands there.
Power move.
Yeah. Then he starts to kind of like spasm a bit. He doubles over, but he doesn't vomit, and then he just collapses, and he's twitching on the ground.
And is the other one is still standing there? It's just the 2 of them.
Yeah, and he's looking down, and then he waits, and then you feel something pressing on your mind. You're gonna take 5 backlash.
I'm gonna take 5 backlash.
Yeah, actually, everyone's gonna take 5 backlash.
What?
As all
guys,
of the
I made a
clones,
horrible decision.
as all of the clones get hit with this psychic energy that comes out of the ground. So everyone make a mind save.
Brain freeze. I got 9 fucking dice on this, my boy.
I got.
If I don't get a success, I'm gonna die. Wait, all the clones take one. Why am I taking one? I'm not a clone.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You don't have to take one. You're actually not a clone. Yeah.
Sweet.
What is the hit limit? What I have to get?
Yeah, on the die face, right? So if it's like a 1, you have to get 1s. If it's 2, you have to get 1 or 2, that kind of thing.
So the way it's set up, there's just so anybody watching you've got a hit limit, which is determined by like what your background is, and then you get a pool limit that are determined by what your stats are. You got to roll that many successes on that many dice in order to get it. It's really smart.
So it's like if you get if your hit limit is 1, then all of that dice pool, if it's like 1 or 2, you get all of those as hits. Anything beyond that is not a hit.
I got 5 successes.
Okay. So then you knock all of that down. You get no backlash.
Nobody gets into my mind.
4, so you take 1 backlash. So that's a physical damage that you take.
I rolled a 1.
Okay. You also take 4. You take 4 damage to your body. And let's just see about all of the other guys. 1 hit. Okay. Oh, that's 2. That's just 2 hits. So the other guys all take damage too. They all collapse, but they're all like fine. Like they're alive. You can tell they're just like holding their heads.
But they're all recovering.
They will probably recover.
So when they all go down, I look for anything sharp.
Oh yeah, there's sharp things all over the place.
I start stabbing them in the necks.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and just like not have you make any rolls. You're just going to narratively murder all of these clones.
Wow. Here in the back of this.
Wait, you didn't take 5 damage, Tony?
I'm the original. I'm not a clone.
Yeah, it only affected the.
Yeah, when I was the clones, he's like, "Wait, I'm not a clone." I'm like, "Oh, you're right. You're not a clone."
Guys, I feel like voices shouting out
all at once.
It's like 1,000 voices all at once, just suddenly silenced.
But the 3 of us are like, what's going on in there?
We just so much like stabbing and sloshing noises.
Are we picking up any of that?
And actually, I think what I probably do is I will stab all the clones of clones because they're not mine. Like so I just kill my grandkids. It's fine. And so and then I will take off my belt. I will unfurl my and I will hogtie Z up while he is still convulsing on the ground.
All right. So one of them survives. What do you plan to do with him?
Turn him over to the police. I mean, I still I guess this is all happening inside. There's this horrible massacre while y'all are debating what the merits of calling the police or not outside.
I mean, at this point, I think we're too shocked to even go in there.
Plus, we get that psychic feedback, so all of us are like just clutching your heads, like, son of a.
I mean, I took no damage, so I was just like, huh.
Yeah,
I was doing my makeup, getting ready for my big show, and like instead, there's blood everywhere. And
a comedic line of makeup on the wrong side of your face,
I'm reminded of my Hippocratic Oath, but technically they're me. So I think I'm fine with this.
I was like once I'm done apparently turning dark and slaughtering all the mean on me's. I will tell Crash Cart that like, hey, John Z is down in here, and medically he doesn't look like he's doing so great. He probably will survive this, but medical attention probably wouldn't hurt.
Am I able to get in there without the rest of the gang being like, hey, why is this
they're trying to pick up the bikes. Like there's like the one guy, they're dealing with the one guy who's like injured. The bikes are all banged up. One guy's like angry about the bikes, that kind of stuff.
Okay, me and John can distract them.
All right.
So, John, act like John Z, and then I'll go and do I'm acting like I'm doing a man on the street interview or something, and I'm looking all hot.
I'll make my way into the bar.
I'll do that same undermine thing.
Yeah, do the undermine thing.
I'm only subject creatures to lie, right?
Yeah, it's not a feature what you'd want to roll.
Oh boy.
You're going to be doing a con, I think, because you're going to be line. You need 3 hits.
3, 4, 5.
I have 1 die for this.
6, 7.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy. Okay. That was a nothing.
That's all right. You come out and you're like acting like John Z, but you don't know how John Z acts, and you definitely have like a different haircut. So the boys are like, the hell? Like you look like him, but you definitely aren't John Z, right? Like they're like, who's this guy? And then they notice the girl who's like doing the man on the street kind of reporting. And now they're like, whoa, 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 what's going on? And they're like, they start trying to like turn away and like look away and stuff so they don't get like their faces on camera. Like one guy's like, hey, get out of here, and starts trying to like walk toward you. So everyone's super distracted by 7 hits. Basically unable to do anything for a moment while they're just kind of caught up by that, which leaves Crash Cart free to just walk on in.
I just walk in, and I get in. Just seeing this scene, I'm gonna walk up to OG and be like, "This."
Okay, so you only see 8 of the dead bodies if you go on the back. Like you got to go on the back to see the other 8 dead bodies. I will point out.
There's only 1 dead body in the.
Yeah, there's one you stabbed in the middle of the bar, and then because there were 2 there, so you have the one hogtied and then a dead person, and then I'm like, do I even want to look? Do I even want to look in the back?
You don't. No.
Okay.
And actually, what you guys probably saw was like me pulling out the sharp piece of wine stem, and holding it down to my side like a lightsaber, and then the scene just cut away. So like
I'm gonna crouch down to the one that just took the hit, who's still alive, and I'm just gonna unsurreptitiously like slap a med patch on his forehead, and he'll be fine. I could use my augment, but I might stop his heart considering he's on drugs right now.
Yeah.
While distracting, we say, let's talk about the crimes that we're doing.
Nice. And I'm like, so tell me, walk me through it, start to finish. Who were the players? How'd you meet?
Hey OG, I'm gonna call the cops now. Do I have your permission to call the cops at this moment?
I like how OG is like now terrifying to all the clones also too. Like, yeah.
Gonna call the cops. Just okay.
Sure.
All right, I'm calling the cops. All right. Beep boop boop.
And I'll make sure creatively that none of you are on camera.
Yeah, and I'll put the wine stem from the glass I broke into John Z's convulsing hand also.
Sure. Hey Tom, are you still here in this scene?
Yeah, Tom
out here.
Tom's all like in the corner just crying to himself. Like,
okay, so he doesn't notice that I'm Crash Cart from work. Good. Hello, police.
Yes, thank you for calling the police line. How can I help you?
I've got a lead on drugs.
Press 1 if this is an emergency.
All right, hold on 1 sec. Do you have your credit card ready? They usually charge you the moment that you press 1.
I don't have a credit card.
Okay, I got like $250. This should be fine. I press 1.
Yeah, you get drained about 100 creds, but they that automatically pings where you are, and then
the system works. It's what the system just works.
Are you reporting a crime at the location you're currently at?
Yes, there have been a lot of drugs stolen and brought here, and also there are dead bodies. When we showed up, there were all these dead bodies.
Okay, so to make sure I understand, there are drugs and dead bodies and other things at this location.
Well, nothing else. Just the two files.
Mild. I think mild prostitution.
That's not illegal anymore.
Okay.
Sending police for drugs and dead bodies.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for
calling. You're welcome. I rate this a 5.
Thank you for rating this call.
Hang up. The system working.
As a real life customer service person, thank you.
I mean, even if you do a shitty job, I still rate 5.
You gotta get him a 5.
Yeah, so you know that the police are on their way if the system works.
Let's leave.
Yeah, get back in the van. I will cover everyone's escape by interviewing the gang members.
Let's leave Tom too. Let's not pick up Tom. He's an asshole. He deserves to get fired.
Part of the plan, like, bring it back to the corporation.
I walk over and I grab Professor Dr. Officer Robot Esquire. Say, good job.
Queued up for that retirement tomorrow, buddy.
And
right.
yeah, we'll drive off.
Yeah, you guys get out of there. You get back to the van, and then like you speed away just in time to hear the sirens from the police coming by for what is apparently a report of drugs and dead bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we were very, very thorough.
And of course, I will stay and report the whole thing, sell more products.
Mm-hmm.
Keep an eye out.
This crime brought to you by Red.
Yeah. What should we do with the drugs that are in this backpack in your van?
Oh. And we pull back up, toss the bag at the door,
throw it out,
and then head off again.
Here, use this as a prop, Sony.
Oh,
well,
that's perfect. That's great.
Sony ends up getting quite a bit of popularity at the end of all of this for being the first one on the scene at a big police bust of this alpha orange drug that was apparently being spread on the streets and potentially killing people. It turns out like there's a whole big deal about the fact that the first victim to come into Medwire's hospital was the son of the person who was apparently selling it, as the police arrested that person on the scene, in which there had been a brutal massacre between the drug dealers. Apparently a disagreement on how to distribute them.
Mm-hmm.
John Z. I don't know, John Z. Runner. It wouldn't be Runner. It'd be John Z. Gangster. Is put in jail for not only murdering 8 people, but also for distributing this highly illegal drug that was slipped to him by Tom, the Tom Wheatley at Medwire. Tom's boss, Tom, whatever I said his name was, he actually gets off. He disavows any information about it whatsoever. Tom Wheatley tries to turn on him, but it doesn't work because Tom Wheatley's wife she testifies that he was out of his mind for a bit and that he was just being erratic lately. Meanwhile, her and the son recovers, and she and he get played up in a nice, cushy corporate place in the higher, nicer neighborhood. However, the rest of you are cleared. It was determined that the arrest warrants for you were falsified by those that were trying to be involved in these illegal drug trade. So you're all cleared, and ready to go about your normal life.
And I made a cool 150.
Let's actually hear from everybody. What is that like a week later after everything's been cleared? What does that normal life look like? Let's do you want to do the same order we came in at? So Dean, where do we see John E at a week later after all this?
Well, first off, it's weird to see his own face on the news. Second off, he kind of just laid low for a bit because, obviously he's facing the news. He doesn't want to deal with people at his job harassing him. Well, jobs, because he took his mercenary work anyway. But after a while, he just goes back to, bouncing at the bar for his buddy's front band. There's a lot of B's in that sentence.
Nice.
Awesome. Kelly, where do we see Crash Cart a week later?
So for about 2 days, they used the fact that they got to meet Sony as a way to just be like really popular at work. They got like about 8 hours of sleep before going back to another shift. But then people stopped caring about hearing that story. They paid off a bit of their debt, but had to take out more to pay for their rent. But the system still works, so they're just right back at work, waiting for the new big case.
Awesome. Jeff, where do we see Sonny after all this?
I love it because today Sonny has been Sony Sunny and Sunny, or maybe Sanny.
I started
Anyway.
with Sonny, and then everybody else started bending it around, and I was like, "Am I saying it wrong? I'm just going to change it again."
So Sonny, Sanny, Sony, she gets huge, gets a big journalism contract or something, and she adopts a dog because you guys love your pets. She decided she needed a pet in her life, so she does a little mini doc about adopting pets, and Arms of the Angel plays.
And then the dog's Instagram got much more popular than Sonny's.
Yes.
So she got rid of it. So I think we see Ortho, the OG, down by the river, where we originally kind of found them in this story. A family has just gotten up from their picnic to go throw the frisbee around, and he is sitting there eating their food. Then we get up and we see he's gotten a text message, and he pulls up his click and he looks at it and he laughs, and he goes into his car and he prints out whatever the picture was that he just got sent. And then he slides the door, and on the inside of the door, we see pictures of all of you along with all the other clones of his that he's tracked down. And there's pictures of them posted up there as he's finally started developing some sort of weird, bizarre emotional attachment to his children, but apparently not his grandchildren. And so
Mine is just like my med card that you stole. That's got my little.
Absolutely, yeah. They're all vaguely stalkerish. Like none of the pictures. Like the person who sent him the picture was not one of you. It was the person who he's hiring to take pictures of all of you and send them to him, because it's not normal at all. And so that was a blast. I had a blast. We actually like to do something here on the live stream called Reaction Roll. Reaction Roll. Here we go. Reaction Roll is a live stream within a live stream. It's where we actually sit down and talk with the developer or the author of the game about the game that we just played today. We are talking about Beta Red. Beta Red is a new cyberpunk RPG by Scott, who we have here with us, and we are going to get a chance to share our thoughts with, ask questions to, and be able to just kind of talk a little bit about the game that we just played. So Jeff is going to be right back with us, but let's flip around to you guys and hear kind of your thoughts first, and then we'll let Scott maybe tell us a little bit about the game also too. But Cyberpunk Beta Red is a cyberpunk RPG that's coming out as part of Zine Quest 3 in just a little bit. It's going to be out during February, sometime in that second week. I'm really looking forward to it. I can't wait to share my thoughts with you. But let's start with Kelly. Kelly, what were some of your thoughts on the system, and do you have any questions for Scott about Beta Red?
I mean, I'm a real big fan of the fact that this is the first tabletop I've played in a while where I didn't get in combat. I know that there's like a lot of combat mechanics, but I always like when that doesn't have to be the focus. Mm-hmm. Something about the hit system I really like. I will admit I don't play a lot of like various indie tabletops, mostly just Powered by the Apocalypse and stuff. So to me, that the hit system feels really unique and offers up a lot of like really cool customization with characters. So I guess like as a question, I'm like, is that from something? Is that an inspiration, or is it OG?
So the story goes that I was getting ready for work. I'd been joking around about making a cyberpunk game called Beta Red with my friends, with Jeremy, who's going to be on tomorrow, or you guys are going to be doing something with him tomorrow.
Yep.
And stuff. I was joking around with this idea that I was going to make a game called Beta Red, because of Alpha Blue and Delta Green and things like that. I was like, what's the next one going to be? Beta Red? But I was reading one day of leaving for work, and I was looking at Kickstarter, and I thought I had read this system that you guys just played, that I thought that somebody was saying that that's how their game was going to be. But I didn't. I misread it. I completely misread it. And even looking back when like later the game came out and I have a copy of it because I backed it and it wasn't that way, and I went back and read the Kickstarter, apparently I just absolutely misread the thing. But I was thinking, how cool is that? Like the die face would actually affect whether or not you hit, right? Rather than like games like Shadowrun, where like a 5 and a 6 are always hits, right? Like they're always successes. So wouldn't that be cool if it was variable? Because then you could have different skill levels, right? And then that played a factor in it. So it came out of nowhere, but I thought that I'd read it somewhere else. I thought someone else had come up with it, and they didn't. And then after like I tested it for a while and tried it out, somebody just recently told me that apparently the game, like I think it's called like Tenra Bancho Zero, this is the system that they use. So it apparently does exist somewhere else, but I've never heard of that game or played that game. But yeah, so I don't know. So it exists out there in the universe, but I didn't know about it. So I thought I'd come up with it. But
cool.
Yeah, so that's where it comes from.
Dean, what were your thoughts having just kind of played the game, and do you have any questions that you want to ask Scott?
Well, first off, I'd like to say as another indie game developer, I really like the quarter system. Especially as someone who, even though he makes his own games, tends to fail at his own games because I always roll low. The idea of rolling a 1 as a common occurrence as a way of succeeding is fantastic, even if I rolled terrible tonight. I do like it. I do like how it's very rules light because it means it doesn't get away from the storyline. I would have liked to have gotten a bit of combat, which even though we sidestepped it over that, just to kind of get a feel for it. But I do think that overall I like what you have here. I'll probably end up trying to be a Kickstarter come February, actually, get this for myself. If I had one thing I might suggest is that in your augmentations, maybe something a bit more on the offensive side. Like you had stuff for your skills and your attributes, which I probably screwed up the names of, but they were good. But you have some in the cyberpunk genre, like they'll have like built-in guns in their hands or blades that will come out of their hands, like that. So as an option, that might be kind of good to kind of add on there. But I will also admit I'm kind of a new fan to the cyberpunk genre overall. So, I mean, maybe I should step back with the little knowledge I have in that case.
That's fair.
Yeah, have you? Where did some of this augment concept come from? So one of the things I liked about the augment was it's largely like there's a lot of narrative push into that. And even when Kelly was like, "Here's what I wanted to be able to do," you were just kind of negotiated it. Have you had a lot of players who've just been like, "I want something more offensive," or "I want to do this," and just kind of built that out, or how would you address that in play?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So if somebody were to come to me and say like, I want to have like, mantis blades come out of my arms, like I'm playing Cyberpunk 2077, for example, right? I want mantis blades to come out. Well, that would be what we would just rule then is that we'd have to figure out what that was based off of. Because if it's a major, so the minor augmentations are just the skill bonuses. So it's just like you have, that sort of augment. But the major ones would be where that would be. It would be a major augment. And then we would just decide that would be like a reaction bonus, and then you have these blades. You're just never unarmed, right? And that's just what we would say. Because the major augmentations have a special enhancement. It's an effect, and that's what we get to play around with the narrative side, right? So it's really a matter of sort of working it out and negotiating it. And so that's what I would say. I would say that would probably be like a medium melee weapon that you just always have, and you can pull it out at any time.
Yeah.
So that's how I would rule that. Yeah.
But I think making clear in there, like, hey, like this weapon, like, because it's one of the things, like having the concept of like basically having a holdout option where like if you want something you always have with you, like here is an augment for that, and you pick from the weapon list or from the whatever list, like what is in that slot that pops out, right? And so it could be an interesting way to handle some of that.
Sure.
Yeah. Jeff, what were your thoughts having just played the system?
Oh man, well, I really liked as an improver, like the quick and dirty rolls. I feel like almost no math, and like I think Kelly mentioned going down, or no, Dean going down to 1. There's just something like I don't know. Cyberpunk is a thing that's hard to describe for people, but like zeros and ones are a big part of it. So I love that, like, I don't know, ones are good. That feels like you're going into yourself or into the one big megacorp, I don't know. I'm getting into philosophy now, but I think that's a good part of it.
I mean, it definitely feels like failing up.
Yeah. And it suits our, like, at least our team, like, let's make a decision quick,
and then make that same decision 3 more times. That's awesome. Do you have any questions for Scott?
Let's see. Overall, like all your times GMing it, is there an element of it for you that like has made the game funner to play than other systems? Is there
Yeah, for sure. Like, so this is so Maximum Apocalypse, the other game that I made that we just finished distributing here in December. There was a lot of rules and a lot of crunch to it. And with this one, I wanted to go like it kind of went the polar opposite direction, where I was going like I want to make this as light as possible. And so for me, after running it, I realized like I could just let go and let the players sort of determine what they wanted to do, and that has made the game even more enjoyable because I could just sit back like that. Like if you guys go back and watch this video, there's probably a good like 30-minute stretch there where I was just sitting there going like, like letting you guys work with each other to figure out what you wanted to do. And so like pulling it back and just being like, all right, like it's basically a matter of hitting those target numbers for whatever they want to do, and then just let them sort of figure out where they want to go with it, and then they can just make the rolls as they need instead of having like a predetermined like they've got to find out this and they've got to find out that. Like you just let it go, just let you guys work how you want to work. So that has been really fun for the system because I just got to pull back and let players take over.
Yeah. Did you guys work out ahead of time? Ortho over here murdering like a bunch of clones.
No, I didn't like that. Was such a weird. That is not a common character move for me. Is to like all of a sudden go like hyper violent. Actually, he still didn't go hyper violent. He was like, give them these drugs. Hopefully, they'll all fall on the ground at the same time. Then I can just kind of end them. But once they were there, I was like, well, crap. I don't really have a non-violent way to end these clones of me. Yeah. I'm just going to take them out. Like that's my option, with whatever rear detachment I have to Z into my immediate clones. So yeah, I mean that was not there was like everything you saw in the chat, in our chat prepping to this was all the interaction that Scott and I had for the most part, other than organizing the date and talking about some other just general RPG stuff. We threw all that together, and that was like yesterday when it was like, hey, you're all clones except for Tony's character. Then I was like, oh, we should do Clone Squad. Like, what if you're all my clones? And that was just a chat we had yesterday. And then Scott put everything together last night, rolled up the city, and that was it, right? Like, so.
Yep. I rolled up the city literally like 5 minutes before we started to get that from the data from the game book.
Yeah.
But I will say that this particular adventure, the gang so I pulled from another adventure I called Raging Pumpkins, and it's a Halloween adventure. The bad guy is in fact a series of clones. Like the
nice
head of the gang is a series of clones. So this just like worked in where I was like, I'm gonna make them all clones of the clone guy. So it's just gonna be a whole bunch of the same clones since we're already running with that. So I just tied it in with your guys' story.
And like Dean saying, hey, like even the clones being a series, like that was Dean's statement at the very beginning. Like Dean said, it's a series of clones. And I was like, oh, I guess, well, that means they're all my clones. Like, that's the thing. Like, and so, and my character was just, again, blank slate, like nothing other than good genetic potential. And so it was, just, he had been massively cloned on some sort of weird scale. And yeah, I just, like, that was one of my favorite things in the game was Dean throwing out that he's the E of the John series, and me being like, oh man, that's great because now we can have 26 other Johns at least.
So, yeah. I feel like.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Gelly.
No,
I was gonna say I think like not like going through the booklet, making the characters like for me, clone was the most obvious one because I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make a character that's hyper specific for a one-off. I'm gonna just make a clone because you get to pick which stats you pump like extra points into. But like I feel like if you played this game more, like robot makes more sense because your hyper specific stat can go above a certain number and you can roll just like a shit ton of dice and augment yourself a lot. Blasting a lightning beam out of your head was pretty dope. So psychic also.
Yes.
I don't know who would want to be a human. I don't even want to be a human. IRL.
No, I had a blast. I think for me, like I already said, it's really funny. You look at a lot of zines. A lot of zines are typically, they're very minimalist systems. So you look at just a couple of stats. You look at usually very limited or very flexible free-form skills. And you usually don't look at a lot of like crunchy like building. It's either, very OSR where you roll a couple of things to get your stats, or like, hey, here's some very basic stats and some points, allocate them. I said this in our chat before, that this is the crunchiest zine I've seen in a while, but it was still very light. Like you're picking your background, you're picking your kind of origin, your background, and you roll on the team, and that's what makes your character. Like it's a couple solutions. There's some moving stuff around, but it's 3 easy choices, and then you're going to pick your augment, which is this really fun, I think, just narrative opportunity. I actually do love the density of the language, like from a design standpoint, because it feels very cyberpunk. Like you could have made less obtuse language, like a TN, like plus or minus, like as a reference doesn't make a lot of sense, but it means target number. It's not like challenging, it's what you're trying to hit. But those types of things that you built into it from a language standpoint give it a really crunchy cyberpunk feel that I really, really, really liked. I'll talk more about it in my actual like polished review of the system, but those were some of my favorite things. I think I just want to know, like, you talked a little bit about kind of just joking around about all the different systems, but like, is there a thing that made you think like, I really want to do cyberpunk? Like, is it something you've done for a long time, or was there something else that kind of came up into that?
So the truth is that my very first ever role-playing game with like a traditional group was Shadowrun, and it was Shadowrun 3rd edition in 2002-ish. And that's what I was introduced. Like some people were like, "Hey, you want to come play this game with us? It's like video games, but it's like with people." And I was like, "Sure, yeah, why not? Why not? I'll show up." And I was like the worst person. I like was that guy who showed up. I didn't read the rule book. I didn't have a character made. I just like walked up and was like, "All right, what are we doing, guys?" And like they handed me a character. Like here's your troll biker. Here's your big wad of D6s. Like roll this. And that was the first RPG that I was introduced to, and I had a blast that first game, just like doing a bunch of stuff, like shooting a shotgun from my motorcycle at high speeds on a freeway, and to elves in like a hover van, that kind of stuff. I was like, this is super cool. And so from there, like it's always been that Shadowrun has this like special place in my heart. I was part of like the Catalyst demo team for a little while. Like that was just always been at the core of what I do, like with RPGs. And so I like other genres and stuff, but it always drifts back toward like Shadowrun and like the cyberpunk world. But I also recognize that Shadowrun is a very crunchy game that I think my average time at making a character, even as an experienced player from all the way back from 3rd edition up to now, it still takes like 2.5, 3 hours. That's my average time. And like when I spend 2.5 hours to make a character, like that may be just a little too much, especially if like right off the bat, I might just die. Right. And so I was like, I wanted to make something that was a lot lighter than that. And when I finally like found out that there was a game called Cyberpunk, but then it wasn't really that much better, I was like, all right, you know what, I'm gonna move forward with this. Like I think it's time that we made something better, because Cyberpunk or Shadowrun 6th edition came out, and they said this is our lighter version, and it was still really crunchy. I was like, all right, so, you know what? I think I'm just gonna step for it. I'm just gonna do it. So I'm gonna pull the trigger and make this game.
No, I absolutely love it. Tell us a little bit more about your plans for Kickstarter, what people can expect, anything that they should kind of be on the lookout for, and again, where they can find the game at.
Sure. Yeah. Again, it'll be on Kickstarter. It'll be Beta Red a Cyberpunk. So it'll be kickstarter.com/ I think Scott Uhls / Beta Red a Cyberpunk RPG. It will. So for right now, like I'm going to be producing it at like it's relatively low cost. It's going to be very small zine. Well, it's A5 size. It'll be kind of thick apparently, because that's just how it's going to be. But my plans are to try to get it all done. It's already like all done here. This test was just a test to confirm that my system was working. I have another couple of tests to do just to make sure like the fly system is working fine, and the social system. The social system here worked exactly as I had planned, the way you guys used it. So I think that'll be fine when I finish that test off, which will be before the Kickstarter. And so the Kickstarter will essentially be raising the money to get it printed and distributed. And if we do really well, I have some stretch goal ideas in mind, which includes like things like expanding augments a little bit and stuff like that. So that would probably be in there for where we move forward. Getting more art from the cool art guys that we got. But then once it's kickstarted, once it's done, then it's just a matter of just getting the last bits of editing, printing, and sending out. I was lucky with Maximum Apocalypse. I worked with Rock Manor Games with Mike over at Rock Manor, and we managed to finish the Kickstarter, get it like looked over and edited again, then test printed, then printed and distributed all within 6 months.
That's awesome.
So
yeah.
So I like he's a really good like mentor for that kind of stuff. So I know what to expect now from certain things, and so I've pretty much planned ahead. I think I've decided like on the Kickstarter it'll say like you'll get it by December, but I'm sure it'll be before that. I just wanted to make sure and give myself extra time.
Yeah, I made the mistake last time of saying when I thought something would be done, and then a global pandemic happened, and 6 months later we're fulfilling our game. And so I think pushing it back and then bringing it forward is always going to be better. So no, that was awesome. I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to backing it. I'll have a polished review up within the next couple of weeks for that campaign also too. So if you're watching us now or later on YouTube, keep an eye out for that. But let's hear where everybody else is from one more time. Scott, tell everybody again where they can find you online.
You can find me on Facebook as Scott Uhls, or on like Instagram, I'm Hero with 2 E's, 170. But Discord is where you'll probably find me. I'll be at the discord.me/MARPG for Maximum Apocalypse, or discord.me/Heroic Studios Gaming.
There you go. Awesome. Thanks so much. Kelly, where can people find you at? Tell us again what you do and what you love.
So I'm Kelly. You can find me at The Mindright on Twitter. And that's about it. That's all I use. But I'm also on Vancouver by Night, a Vampire the Masquerade actual play. I have a YouTube channel called Super Hopped Up. I work on my partner's actual play called Tabletop Titties with 2 Ds. And we have a podcast called Drinking and Screaming, where we watch horror movies and pair them with cocktails. This has been really fun. I had a great time.
And Kelly, you're going to be back on
yeah.
Tuesday, right? Wait, no, Tuesday?
So Monday.
We got a lot of streams coming up. You're playing. Are you playing Tomb of the Immolation with Mike? Is that the one that we're doing?
Yes, I believe that is right.
Awesome.
I have the PDF open on the tab next to this PDF.
Making another character for the next.
Making another character.
Awesome. Dean, where can people find you again?
You can find me at Geekest Dean. That's both on Instagram and Twitter. I primarily just post the food that I make from scratch, like for homemade Alfredo. So it's rather boring. But if you want to hear me be incoherent and post food pics, you're more than welcome to join me.
Awesome, love it. And Jeff, where can people find you at?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook and Twitter, El Jefe Tacoma. I have an Arts and Issues podcast called Everything is Awesome. I have an actual play set in the world of the role-playing game, and I'm also writing novels in the same world. It's all called Shattered Worlds. The podcast is Shattered Worlds RPG, and it's got a lot of cyberpunk in it. It's a space opera mostly, but I do a lot of spy stuff and hacking and all that. So this has been just so exciting and inspiring. Thanks, Scott, and thanks, Tony, and Kelly.
Yes.
And Dean. Yes, you guys are great.
We have a lot of things coming up here on the channel. You can find everything we do at +1 EXP. Here's a list of what we've got going on for the next few days. We've got Gordonak with Jeremy tomorrow night, who Scott had mentioned earlier, which is a Mothership sci-fi RPG. I'm very excited about that. We're playing his module for that. The modules for Mothership are as enjoyable when people write them typically as the game itself, and totally worth their weight for any sci-fi thing you're doing. I'm excited about that. Tomb of Immolation, which I mentioned, Kelly will be back with us. Back again from the Broken Land, which is a PBTA storytelling game that begs the question, what happens after you have defeated the Dark Lord and are walking back to your idyllic small village and dealing with all the fallout from that. Anyone Can Wear the Mask with GM Jeff Stormer, who it's a phenomenal 2 to 3 player RPG where somebody plays the villain, somebody plays the city, and somebody plays the hero that's defending it from the villain. But it's a phenomenal storytelling game. And then Through Ultan's Door, which is a phenomenal 3rd issue of a zine that I'm very excited about. That's going to be an OSR sewer crawl. And I'm really looking forward to doing that with Ben Lawrence. We've got a couple more things that'll be popping up in there, but that's the most of it. You can find us at +1 EXP across the board. We're a brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. We really exist to help support indie TTRPGs becoming a reality, but we also produce our own. Beards and Beyond went to print this week. You can find all that stuff at +1exp.com, or again at +1exp across social media. But we have been so excited to have Scott here with us, and we're all going to wave until I put up a graphic and then turn off the stream.
Mine's figured it.
Bye.
Dean's definitely waving. Don't worry, everybody.